ఈ మన టీచింగ్ ప్రొఫెషన్ లో ఎస్పెషల్లీ టీచర్స్ కి మాత్రమే ఆ ఫెసిలిటీ ఉంటుంది. సో ఇవన్నీ దృష్టిలో పెట్టుకోండి. సో మనం ఎక్కడున్నామో అక్కడ ఉన్నంత వరకు కమిటెడ్ గా పనిచేయాల్సిన అవసరం ఉందని చూసుకోండి. తర్వాత మీరు వెనక్కి తిరిగి చూస్తే మీకు ఒక బెస్ట్ ఫీట్ మెమరీస్ కనబడాలి. నేను ఈ స్కూల్లో పనిచేశాను, నెంబర్ ఆఫ్ బెస్ట్ రిజల్ట్స్ అనే విధంగా ఫీలింగ్ మీలో ఉండగలిగేటట్లు చూసుకోవాలి. సో అది లేకుంటే మనం ఏం చేసినా పెద్దగా ఉపయోగం ఉండదు. ఏముంటుందంటే ఓన్లీ మన ఇద్దరు పిల్లలకే తప్ప మిగతా వాళ్ళకి కనబడే ఉంటాం. మీరందరూ కూడా మనందరం మన స్కూలింగ్ చేసిన గుర్తు చేసుకుంటే ఖచ్చితంగా ఆ రోజు ద బెస్ట్ టీచర్ మనకి. మీరు టీచర్ గా ఆలోచించకండి, ఒకసారి స్టూడెంట్ గా ఆలోచించండి. మీరు మీ స్కూళ్ళలో పనిచేసేటప్పుడు, మీరు మీ చదువుకునేటప్పుడు మీకున్న 10 మంది 20 మంది టీచర్లు ఉన్నప్పుడు అందులో ఎవరో ఒక్కళ్ళే మీకు రోల్ మోడల్ గా ఉంటారు, ఒక్కళ్ళే మీకు బెస్ట్ టీచర్ అనిపిస్తా ఉంటారు. చాలా మందిలో ఈ టీచర్ ఇలా ఉండకుంటే బాగుండేది, సబ్జెక్ట్ బాగుంది బట్ మనతోటి ఇంటరాక్ట్ అవ్వడు, తర్వాత మనకేం పట్టించుకోవడం అనే విధంగా ఉంటుంది. మీరు చదువుకునేటప్పుడు మీకు ఒక టీచర్ ఏ విధంగా ఉండాలని మీరు ఫీల్ అయ్యారో, మీరు ఆ విధంగా ఉంటే ఖచ్చితంగా యు ఆర్ ద బెస్ట్ హెడ్ మాస్టర్ ఆర్ బెస్ట్ టీచర్ అవుతా ఉంటారు. ఎవరిని నాట్ ఎనీ అప్రిషియేషన్ ఫ్రమ్ అదర్స్, నాకు రికగ్నైజేషన్ లేదు, నేను ఇంత కష్టపడుతున్నా, నన్ను ఎవరు గుర్తించట్లేదని మీరు ఫీల్ అవ్వాల్సిన అవసరం ఉండదండి. ఎందుకంటే ఎవరు కూడా ఈ ఒక ఆఫీసర్ హెల్ప్ చేస్తే మనం ఒక 1 year or 2 years తర్వాత మనం మర్చిపోతాం. విల్ ఫర్గెట్ ఎవ్రీథింగ్ ఆఫ్టర్ 1 to 3 years. బట్ ఒక టీచర్ చేసిన మంచిని కానీ, ఒక టీచర్ చెప్పిన చదువుని కానీ ఏ స్టూడెంట్ లైఫ్ లో వాడే కాదు, వాళ్ళ నెక్స్ట్ తరానికి కూడా దే విల్ ఇంట్రడ్యూస్ యూ. మిమ్మల్ని చూడకుండా మీరు కలిసినా కలవకపోయినా ఖచ్చితంగా దే విల్ ఇంట్రడ్యూస్ యూ టు ద నెక్స్ట్ జనరేషన్. నాట్ ఓన్లీ మీరు ఒక టీచర్ మాత్రమే, ప్రతి వ్యక్తి మీ బెనిఫిషరీస్ దగ్గర నుంచి మీ స్టేక్ హోల్డర్ దగ్గరికి 3 generations కి ఇంట్రడ్యూస్ అయ్యే ఓకే ప్రొఫెషన్ ఏదైనా ఉందంటే ఓన్లీ యువర్ ప్రొఫెషన్ ఓన్లీ. ఎందుకు అంటే చదువుకునేటప్పుడు వాళ్ళ తల్లిదండ్రులకు తెలిసి ఉంటుంది. ఎందుకంటే మన దగ్గరికి వచ్చే చాలా మంది స్టూడెంట్స్, మీరు చాలా మంది కాదు చూడండి, దాదాపుగా ఇప్పుడు జడ్పీ స్కూళ్ళలో కానీ, ప్రైమరీ స్కూళ్ళలో కానీ, ప్రీ ప్రైమరీ స్కూళ్ళలో కానీ ఎవరైనా చదువుతున్నారంటే దే ఆర్ బాటమ్ ఆఫ్ బీపీఎల్ ఫ్యామిలీస్. ఈవెన్ టాప్ ఆఫ్ ది బీపీఎల్ ఫ్యామిలీస్ లో ఉన్న పైన ఉన్న వాళ్ళు కూడా నేను ఒకరోజు తినకపోయినా పర్లేదు, నేను మా పిల్లల్ని ప్రైవేట్ స్కూల్కి పంపిస్తాను అని తల్లిదండ్రులు చాలా మంది ఉన్నారు. కానీ చదువు పట్ల అవేర్నెస్ లేని వాళ్ళు, తర్వాత మినిమం అవగాహన ఉండే ఎఫర్ట్స్ కూడా పెట్టలేని, ఈవెన్ మినిమం ఇమ్యూనిటీ ఫెసిలిటీస్ కూడా ఎఫర్ట్ పెట్టలేని తల్లిదండ్రులు మాత్రమే మన దగ్గరికి పంపిస్తా ఉన్నారు. ఒకప్పుడు 40-50 లక్షలు ఉన్న మన స్ట్రెంత్ ఈ రోజు 20, 15, 20, 30, 20 లక్షల మధ్యలో కొట్టుమిట్టాడుతున్నాము. ఎందుకంటే బిలో పావర్టీ లైన్ లో ఉన్నటువంటి బాటమ్ ఆఫ్ ది పావర్టీ లైన్ స్టూడెంట్స్ మాత్రం వస్తున్నారు. అట్ ద సేమ్ ఫస్ట్ జనరేషన్ స్టూడెంట్స్ ఓన్లీ కమింగ్ టు అస్. ఫస్ట్ జనరేషన్ స్టూడెంట్స్ వాళ్ళు దే నెవర్ ఫర్గెట్ యూ. మీరు సెకండ్ అండ్ థర్డ్ జనరేషన్ మీరు చూడండి, మీ పిల్లలు మీ తర్వాత వాళ్ళకి వచ్చే పిల్లలు చూడండి, లేదంటే సెకండ్ అండ్ థర్డ్ జనరేషన్ స్టూడెంట్స్ ని జస్ట్ అబ్జర్వ్ దెమ్. దే బిహేవ్ విత్ దేర్ టీచర్స్, ద రెస్పెక్ట్ టువర్డ్స్ దేర్ టీచర్స్ ఆర్ దేర్ అదర్ ఎల్డర్స్. They will not respect us. Only first generation students only remember you forever. ఖచ్చితంగా వాళ్ళు మీ అందరు కూడా ఉంటారు. సో అన్ని దృష్టిలో పెట్టుకోండి. 3 days ప్రోగ్రామ్, మీరు ఇది సెషన్ గా ఫీల్ అవ్వకండి, ఇట్స్ ప్రివిలేజ్ గా ఫీల్ అవ్వండి. ఇక్కడ నుంచి వెళ్ళిన తర్వాత మీరు ఒక టార్చ్ బేరర్ ఆఫ్ దిస్ ప్రోగ్రామ్ అని ఫీల్ అవ్వండి. సో నేను వచ్చాను, ఏదో 3 రోజులు చెప్పాము, తప్పకుండా వెళ్ళాను అని వెళ్ళడం కాదు. ఈ ప్రోగ్రామ్ కి, పిఎంశ్రీ ప్రోగ్రామ్ కి, ఈ స్కూల్స్ లో జరిగే వేరియస్ యాక్టివిటీస్ కి ఐఎమ్ ద టార్చ్ బేరర్ ఆఫ్ దిస్ స్కూల్స్ ఆర్ దిస్ ప్రోగ్రామ్. లేకపోతే ఎందుకంటే ఇక్కడ నుంచి ఎవరు మానిటర్ చేసినా, బోత్ ఏ స్టేట్ అయినా కావచ్చు, ఎవరైనా సరే ఎవరు మానిటర్ చేసినా ఇది చేస్తున్నారా లేదని అడగగలుగుతామే తప్ప ఇది ఎఫెక్టివ్ గా చేయగలిగే సామర్థ్యం మీరు మాత్రమే చేయగలరు. ఈ జస్ట్ నేను ఖచ్చితంగా ఇప్పుడు రెగ్యులర్ ఇంటర్వెన్షన్స్ కూడా ఉంటాయి. ఇది ఒక ట్రైనింగ్ మీకు ఇచ్చి మీరు పోయి జిల్లాలు ఇస్తున్నారా, లేదా జిల్లాలు ఇచ్చిన తర్వాత వదిలేయటం ఉండదు. రెగ్యులర్ ఇంటర్వెన్షన్స్ విత్ అప్ టు టీచర్ అండ్ స్టూడెంట్ లెవెల్ వరకు కూడా ఖచ్చితంగా ఈ మనం ప్రతి ఈ 543 స్కూల్సే కాదు, దిస్ ఇయర్ ఆల్సో ఆల్మోస్ట్ 251 స్కూల్స్ తెలంగాణ నుంచి సెలెక్ట్ అయినాయి. సో ఈ అన్ని స్కూళ్ళలో కూడా ఖచ్చితంగా ఫీల్డ్ లెవెల్ వరకు, బాటం అంటే స్టూడెంట్ లెవెల్ నుంచి దాదాపుగా అన్ని లెవెల్స్ వరకు కూడా రెగ్యులర్ ఇంటర్వెన్షన్ ఉంటుంది. తర్వాత మనం వన్ ఆఫ్ ది ఈ స్కూల్స్ అన్ని కూడా బెస్ట్ స్కూల్స్ ఇన్ తెలంగాణ, బెస్ట్ స్కూల్స్ ఇన్ ఆంధ్రప్రదేశ్, పిఎంశ్రీ స్కూల్స్ అనేవి. ఎందుకంటే మనం ట్రైనింగ్ ఇస్తున్నారు, అన్ని ప్రొవైడ్ చేస్తూ, మీకు సఫిషియెంట్ బడ్జెట్ ఇస్తూ, ఆల్ రౌండ్ పర్ఫార్మెన్స్, హోలిస్టిక్ డెవలప్మెంట్ ఆఫ్ ది స్టూడెంట్ అనే దాని మీద కాన్సన్ట్రేట్ చేస్తా ఉన్నాం కాబట్టి సో ప్రతి వాళ్ళు కూడా ఈ 3 days ని ఫోకస్డ్ గా ఉండేటట్టుగా చూడండి. ఇది డోంట్ ఫీల్ ఇది ఒక బోరింగ్ ఆర్ అదని కాకుండా చూసుకోండి. ఎందుకంటే బెస్ట్ ఎన్సీఆర్టీ అండ్ అదర్ పీపుల్ ఆల్సో కేమ్ టు హియర్ టు టీచ్ యూ, సో ట్రైన్ యూ. ఇదే దాన్ని మళ్ళీ మనం తీసుకుని వెళ్ళి చూడండి. అందరికీ ఇంటర్వెన్షన్ ఉంటుంది. సో కాబట్టి నెక్స్ట్ మళ్ళీ మేబీ అందరు జూన్ ఆఫ్టర్ రీఓపెనింగ్ ఆఫ్ ది స్కూల్స్ ఖచ్చితంగా విల్ హ్యావ్ ఏ జూమ్ ఇదర్ ఆఫ్లైన్ ఆర్ ఆన్లైన్ ట్రైనింగ్ ప్రోగ్రామ్ ఫర్ ఆల్ టీచర్స్ అట్ టీచర్స్ ఆఫ్ దిస్ PMSHRI స్కూల్స్. ఖచ్చితంగా ఆఫ్లైన్ ఆర్ ఆన్లైన్ ఉంటుంది. సో ఇయర్లీ ట్వైస్ ఆర్ థ్రైస్ ఖచ్చితంగా వీఆర్ ప్లానింగ్ ఆఫ్లైన్ ట్రైనింగ్ ఆల్సో ఫర్ ఈచ్ అండ్ ఎవ్రీ టీచర్. సో ఇందులో దీన్ని దృష్టిలో పెట్టుకుని ప్రతి వాళ్ళు కూడా ఈ 3 days ని ఎంజాయ్ చేస్తూ ప్రతి ప్రోగ్రామ్ ని ఎంజాయ్ చేస్తూ సో ఇక్కడ నుంచి వెళ్ళిన తర్వాత ఒక అంటే మీరు మనకు కాన్ఫిడెన్స్ ఉంది. అందరికీ కూడా కెపాసిటీ బిల్డింగ్ లో ఎవరికి కూడా ఇక్కడ ఎవరు తక్కువ కాదు. బట్ మళ్ళీ మనల్ని మనం స్ట్రెంగ్తన్ చేసుకొని రికలెక్ట్ చేసుకొని మనం అంతా మళ్ళీ వెనక్కి వెళ్ళే విధంగా ఉంటారని ఆశిస్తున్నాం. ఖచ్చితంగా మీ అందరికీ ఎటువంటి ఇబ్బంది ఉన్నా రాజీవ్ ఉన్నారు, తర్వాత వీళ్ళు మా సంపత్ అండ్ టీమ్ అందరూ ఉంటారు. సో మేము కూడా ఖచ్చితంగా 3 days నేను ఇక్కడికి మార్నింగ్ ఆర్ ఈవినింగ్ ఇదో టైంలో వస్తాం. మా ప్రిన్సిపల్ సెక్రటరీ గారు ఈరోజు క్యాబినెట్ మీటింగ్ ఉండడం వల్ల ప్రిన్సిపల్ సెక్రటరీ గారు రాలేదు. 3 o'clock క్యాబినెట్ మీటింగ్ ఉంది. డెఫినెట్లీ విల్ జాయిన్ విత్ అస్ టుమారో ఆర్ డే ఆఫ్టర్ టుమారో. ఖచ్చితంగా ప్రిన్సిపల్ సెక్రటరీ గారు కూడా జాయిన్ అవుతారు. ఈజ్ ఆల్సో ఆయన కూడా మనకు ఇస్ వెరీ కమిటెడ్ అండ్ హార్డ్ వర్కింగ్ పర్సనాలిటీ. బికాస్ ఎందుకంటే ఆయన కూడా జడ్పీ స్కూల్లో చదువు రెసిడెన్షియల్ లో చదువుకున్నారు. తర్వాత చిన్న ఫస్ట్ జనరేషన్ నుంచి వచ్చి అనేక స్ట్రగుల్స్ పడుతూ ఇక్కడ దాకా ఎదిగిన వ్యక్తిగా ఉండి ఒక పిల్లలకి ఏదైనా చేయాలనే కమిటెడ్ గా మీకులాగానే కమిట్మెంట్ తో ఉన్నారు కాబట్టి ఖచ్చితంగా ఈ విల్ జాయిన్ విత్ అస్. సో కమిషనర్ గారు కూడా బిజీ విత్ టెట్ ఎగ్జామినేషన్స్. ఈ రోజు నుంచి స్టార్ట్ అవుతున్నాయి ఆన్లైన్ ఎగ్జామ్స్ అన్న ఉద్దేశంతో మేడం గారు కూడా వెళ్ళారు. ఇక్కడ ఏ ఇబ్బంది ఉన్నా ఖచ్చితంగా డెఫినెట్లీ దృష్టికి తీసుకురావచ్చు మేము. ఎందుకంటే దాదాపుగా అన్ని రూమ్స్ కూడా తిరిగినాం. మీకు అలాట్ చేసిన ఈచ్ అండ్ ఎవరీ రూమ్ కూడా నేను ప్రతి రూమ్ కూడా 3 days బ్యాక్ వచ్చి రూమ్ తిరగడం, అన్ని ఫెసిలిటీస్ కూడా చూడడం జరిగింది. సో బెస్ట్ ఫెసిలిటీస్ ఇవ్వడం జరుగుతుంది. ఫెసిలిటీస్ తో పాటు మీకు మంచి ఎక్స్పోజర్ కూడా ఉంటుంది ఇక్కడ. ఎందుకంటే ఈ హెచ్ఆర్డి అనేది మన మస్తానే సార్ చెప్పారు, హెచ్ఆర్డి అనేది వన్ ఆఫ్ ద బెస్ట్ ఇన్స్టిట్యూట్ ఇన్ ఇండియా. ఎందుకంటే మీకు చూస్తూ ఉంటారు ఇందులో మీకు ఐఏఎస్ ఆఫీసర్స్ నుంచి ట్రైనింగ్ ప్రోగ్రామ్స్, తర్వాత అదర్ డిస్ట్రిక్ట్స్ ఈవెన్ ఢిల్లీ నుంచి కూడా అందరికి అన్ని స్టేట్లకి కూడా ఇక్కడ నుంచి ట్రైనింగ్ ప్రోగ్రామ్స్ నడుస్తూ ఉంటాయి. సో ఇది ఒక ప్రివిలేజ్ గా తీసుకుని తర్వాత బెస్ట్ ప్రోగ్రామ్ దీన్ని నేర్చుకొని వెళ్తారని అనుకుంటున్నాం. థ్యాంక్ యూ.
Thank you very much, sir, for your inspiring and motivational speech. You have discussed various issues. Certainly, we will take this program ahead and make this PMSHRI vision a reality, in both the states. And now, a small announcement. మనకి వొకేషనల్ ఎడ్యుకేషన్ లో మనకు ఒక సెషన్ ఉంది. బట్ లక్కీగా వి హ్యావ్ విత్ అస్ లెండ్ హ్యాండ్ ఆర్గనైజేషన్ మేడం. దే హావ్ బ్రాట్ స్కిల్ ఆన్ వీల్స్ వొకేషనల్ ల్యాబ్. వాళ్ళు స్కిల్ ఆన్ వీల్స్ వొకేషనల్ ల్యాబ్ అనేది తీసుకొచ్చారు. మీకు అది మీకు ఎక్స్పోజర్ కోసం మీకు అది ఎక్స్ప్లెయిన్ చేస్తారు. సో మన యాజ్ పర్ అవర్ ఎస్పీడీ సార్ సజెషన్, మీరు 5 o'clock తర్వాత సెషన్ 5 o'clock అయిపోయిన తర్వాత జస్ట్ ఒక 10-15 minutes లెండ్ ఇండియా వాళ్ళు ఎక్స్ప్లెయిన్ చేస్తారు. ప్లీజ్ ఇట్ ఈస్ ఇన్ ద డౌన్ స్టేర్స్, గ్రౌండ్ ఫ్లోర్ లోనే ఉంది అది. సో ఈ రోజు ఓన్లీ 25 can see that. 25 people వెళ్తే మీకు మేడం ఎక్స్ప్లెయిన్ చేయడానికి ఈజీగా ఉంటుంది.
జస్ట్ వీళ్ళందరినీ కూడా బోత్ స్టేట్స్ కంబైన్ చేసి మొత్తం 4 or 5 groups గా డివైడ్ చేసి జస్ట్ అలాట్ దే స్లాట్ టు దెమ్. మార్నింగ్ 1 team of the people, evening is a mandatory, it's not a optional. Yeah, because it's one of the best practice. Mobile are moving around. Karnataka people are doing that. Of course, మన ఏపీ అండ్ వాళ్ళు కూడా ప్రపోజ్ చేశారని చెప్తున్నారు. ఇక్కడ నుంచి కూడా అదే ఉంటది కాబట్టి అందరు కూడా కొంచెం చూడండి, చూస్తే బాగుంటుంది. బట్ చూసాం, నేను మస్తానే సార్ ఇద్దరం కూడా చూడడం జరిగింది. సో దాంట్లో మనకి అగ్రికల్చర్, తర్వాత ఇంజనీరింగ్ ఎక్విప్మెంట్స్, ఫస్ట్ ఎయిడ్ అండ్ ఆల్ దోస్ థింగ్స్ అందులో చూపించడం జరుగుతా ఉంది. కాబట్టి ఈ రోజు ఈవినింగ్ నుంచి 5 o'clock మీరు బ్యాక్ చేసేసి ఇన్ కేస్ మీరు యూ డూ వన్ థింగ్. ఇంకోటి కూడా ఏదైనా టీమ్స్ చేయాలి అని అన్నప్పుడు మీకు అందరిని మిక్స్ చేసి పెట్టండి. ఇక్కడ తెలంగాణ, ఆంధ్ర కాదండి. నౌ వీఆర్ ఇన్ PMSHRI అండర్ ది PMSHRI వ్యూ పర్యూ అని చెప్పుకునేటట్లు చూసుకోండి. మన ఇక్కడ రాష్ట్రాలు ఏం కాదు, ఒక దీన్ని ఇద్దరు కలిసి చేసుకుంటే బెస్ట్ ప్రాక్టీసెస్ వి నో జస్ట్ బెస్ట్ ప్రాక్టీస్ వాట్ ఆర్ ద బెస్ట్ ప్రాక్టీసెస్ ఇన్ ఏపీ అండ్ వాట్ ఆర్ ద బెస్ట్ ప్రాక్టీసెస్ ఇన్ తెలంగాణ కూడా తెలుసుకోవడానికి దెర్ ఇస్ ఎ పాసిబిలిటీ టు మిక్స్ ఈచ్ అదర్. సో అలా
Yes,
చూస్తే
sir. After 5 o'clock, I will announce the 25 people. And రేపు మీరు 9 o'clock వచ్చినట్లయితే మిగతా 25 members కి రేపు మార్నింగ్ 9 o'clock కి after your breakfast you can see that. అండ్ రేపు ఈవినింగ్ 5 o'clock కి కూడా మిగతా వాళ్ళకి చూపించడం జరుగుతుంది సార్ చెప్పినట్టు. అండ్ దట్స్ ఆల్ సార్. థ్యాంక్ యూ సార్. అండ్
ఈ 3 రోజులు సమైక్యం అయిపోయినాయి. ఓన్లీ వన్ గ్రూప్, దట్ ఈస్ PMSHRI ఆఫీస్ గ్రూప్ ఆఫ్ తెలుగు స్టేట్స్. దెర్ ఇస్ నో ఆంధ్ర, దెర్ ఇస్ నో తెలంగాణ, దెర్ ఇస్ నో హైదరాబాద్.
yes, sir. That's all, sir. Before we start day one, session one, before we start the session one, and session one is actually the government of India వాళ్ళు మనకు PPT చూపించారు, దాన్ని ప్రజెంట్ చేయడం జరుగుతుంది. And before we start the session one, and we shall felicitate our guests with a memento and shawl. Thank you, sir. చేద్దాం. Okay, sir. Thank you, sir. Okay, sir. Okay, sir.
ఒక్క నిమిషం అండి సార్. మొదటి సెక్షన్ సంబంధించి గెస్ట్ సార్ సార్ ఒకటే నిమిషం సార్, అయిపోతుంది. మనకు అతన్ని సన్మానించుకోవాల్సిందని నేను కోరుతున్నాను. ఈ సన్మానం ముందుగా మా ఎస్పీడి గారికి డాక్టర్ మల్లయ్య భట్ గారిని సన్మానించవలసిందిగా, ఈసీ గారిని, కోర్స్ డైరెక్టర్ గారిని. సార్ సార్ ఒకటే నిమిషం. లేదు సార్ ఉంటుంది. ఎస్ సార్, ఇది ఉంది సార్. వెళ్ళిపోతున్నారు సార్. ఓకే సార్.
Sir, after the session, we will felicitate Madam, sir. Please, let us start the session. So let us have a tea break and we'll go, after that we'll start session.
సార్ ఒకసారి అందరూ కూడా రిక్వెస్ట్ ఏంటంటే, మీ రిజిస్ట్రేషన్ లో మీ పేరు, మీ ప్లేస్ ఆఫ్ వర్కింగ్ ఏదైతే ఉందో అది ఒకసారి చెక్ చేసుకోండి. దాన్ని మేము సర్టిఫికేట్ లో రాస్తాం. మళ్ళీ మీరు తర్వాత సర్టిఫికేట్ తప్పు వచ్చిన సార్ అని నేను చేయలేము. కాబట్టి ఒకసారి మీ రిజిస్ట్రేషన్ లో మీ నేమ్, డిజిగ్నేషన్, ప్లేస్ ఆఫ్ వర్కింగ్ అన్ని కరెక్ట్ గా ఉన్నా లేదా ఒకసారి చెక్ చేసుకోండి దయచేసి ప్లీజ్.
Sir, we'll have a tea break within 10 minutes. Then we'll join immediately the session. Malesh, please go. అమ్మా త్వరగా వస్తే మనము టీ సెషన్ లో స్టార్ట్ చేయండి. విత్ ఇన్ 10 minutes విల్ స్టార్ట్ అవర్ సెషన్.
ప్లీజ్ కాల్ యువర్ కొలీగ్స్ అండి, తొందరగా రండి, మనకి ఈవినింగ్ లేట్ అవుతుంది. ప్లీజ్ ఐ రిక్వెస్ట్ అదర్ ఆల్ ద కోఆర్డినేటర్స్ ప్లీజ్ వాళ్ళందరూ లోపల పంపించండి దయచేసి. మేడం హరీష్.
I request our state planning coordinator Telangana, U. Samadhan Garu, to display the session 1 of the day 1 regarding the regarding this PMSHRI program in action. Thank you.
Good morning to all. Welcome to all. Respected dignitaries, our Chief Guest, State Project Director Malebhat sir, and respected Director Simet Mastane sir, respected ASP sir, Ramesh sir, and PMSHRI State Nodal Officer, and respected JDs, Course Director JD Venkatasma Madam, and respected Course Director JD Rajiv sir, and faculty members from NCRT, Sarah Sinha and Ashok, Dr. Sarah Sinha and Dr. Ashok, and again another degrees Ramu sir, and Pawan Kalyan, Shiksha Lokam, another faculty members, welcome to all. First, I am congratulated to all, very good responsibility you have. చాలా రెస్పాన్సిబిలిటీ అండి మీకు. మీ అందరికీ మరొకసారి నేను కంగ్రాచులేట్ చెప్తున్నాను. ఫ్రమ్ ఏపీ అండ్ తెలంగాణ. ఏపీ నుంచి 50 రిసోర్స్ పర్సన్స్ ఉన్నారు, తెలంగాణ నుంచి 45 ఉన్నారు, టోటల్ 95 మెంబర్స్. ఈ చేతిలో ఉంది ఇప్పుడు. టోటల్ గా ఇన్ తెలంగాణలో 543 ఫస్ట్ ఫేజ్ అండ్ సెకండ్ ఫేజ్ 251 schools. Again in AP 60 student first phase and 193 in the second phase. టోటల్ స్కూల్స్ లో రిసోర్స్ పర్సన్స్ కి మీరు ఇక్కడ ట్రైనింగ్ తీసుకొని అక్కడ ఈచ్ 1:15 లెవెల్లో మీరు అక్కడ ట్రైనింగ్ ఇవ్వాల్సి వస్తుంది. ఇట్ ఈస్ ఎక్సలెంట్ ప్రోగ్రామ్ అండి. ముందు మీకే అర్థమవుతుంది. నంబర్ ఆఫ్ యాక్టివిటీస్ ఉన్నాయి, నంబర్ ఆఫ్ ఇంటర్వెన్షన్స్ ఉన్నాయి. చాలా ఎన్సీఆర్ నుంచి వచ్చారు, ఇనిపా నుంచి వచ్చారు, తర్వాత లెడ్ ఇండియా అండ్ ముక్కమ్మర్,
వొకేషనల్ నుంచి లేడ్ ఇండియా ఉంది, ఇంకా చాలా చాలా ప్రోగ్రామ్, చాలా ఇంటర్వెన్షన్స్ ఉన్నాయి. ఎవ్రీడే వీ హ్యావ్ 3 సెషన్స్. తర్వాత నెక్స్ట్ సెకండ్ డే ఆల్రెడీ స్కిల్స్ ఆన్ వీల్స్ వీ హ్యావ్ ప్రిపేర్డ్ 3 బ్యాచెస్, ఈచ్ బ్యాచ్ 30 members. We have one first day is the evening 5 to 6 and second is the 9 to 10 and second is 5 to 6. We have prepared 3 batches. Mixing it to Telangana and Andhra. 1 to 15, first 1 to 15 and second 1 to 15, total 30 members are split in the skills on wheels. Today evening after 5 o'clock, 5 to 6. Tomorrow 9 to 10 is one session, second batch, and tomorrow evening third batch 5 to 6. That is the third session, third batch. Okay. Restricted to all dignitaries, SPD from AP Andhra Pradesh and Director Simad Masanay garu, alage our SPD Malay Bhatt sir, ASPD Ramesh sir, చాలా విషయాలు చెప్పారండి. ఎక్సలెంట్ స్పీచ్ ఉంది వాళ్ళది, చాలా విషయాలు. ఎందుకంటే దిస్ ఇస్ ఎగ్జాంపులర్ స్కూల్స్, PMSHRI స్కూల్ అనేది ఎగ్జాంపులర్ స్కూల్. ఇట్ ఈస్ వెరీ వెరీ ఎక్స్ట్రాఆర్డినరీ. మన రోల్ మోడల్ గా ఉండాలి మన స్కూల్స్ లో. హెడ్ మాస్టర్స్, మీరు ప్రిన్సిపాల్స్, హెడ్ మాస్టర్స్ ఉన్నారు. ఇక్కడ ట్రైనింగ్ కంప్లీట్ అయిన తర్వాత మీరు అక్కడికి వెళ్ళాక డిస్ట్రిక్ట్ లెవెల్లో 1:15 persons కి మీరు ట్రైనింగ్ ఇవ్వాల్సి వస్తుంది ఆల్ ఇంటర్వెన్షన్స్ లో. ఇంకొక విషయం మీకు ఏంటంటే, దిస్ ఇస్ డిఫరెంట్. ఇట్ ఈస్ ఇన్ దిస్ PMSHRI దిస్ ఆర్ ఎక్స్ట్రా ఇంటర్వెన్షన్స్ కంపేర్ విత్ సమగ్ర శిక్ష. సమగ్ర శిక్ష అంటే చాలా ఎక్స్ట్రా ఇంటర్వెన్షన్స్ ఉన్నాయి, ఎక్స్ట్రా బడ్జెట్ ఆల్సో. ఎగ్జాంపుల్ ఐ వాంట్ టు సే వన్ ఎగ్జాంపుల్. డెవలప్మెంట్ ఆఫ్ ప్లే గ్రౌండ్ ఈజ్ 5 lakhs బడ్జెట్. మన సమగ్ర శిక్ష లేదు 5 lakhs. అసలు డెవలప్మెంట్ ఆఫ్ ప్లే గ్రౌండే లేదు. దట్ ఈస్ వన్ ఇస్ ఎగ్జాంపుల్. అలాగే మనకి సెల్ఫ్ డిఫెన్స్ లో 5,000 ఉంది పర్ మంత్. 3 months ట్రైనింగ్ 5,000 ఉంది. కానీ ఇందులో PMSHRI లో 10,000 rupees ఉంది పర్ మంత్. 10,000, 3 months ఉంటే 30,000. బడ్జెట్ అలొకేషన్ ఇస్ మోర్ అండ్ ఇంటర్వెన్షన్స్ ఆల్సో వెరీ ఎఫెక్టివ్. ఎగ్జామ్ చాలా ఇంటర్వెన్షన్స్ అండి. మనకు తెలుస్తుంది. ఇది ఫస్ట్ మన స్టెప్. ఇది ఫస్ట్ స్టెప్ మనం PMSHRI లో ఎంటర్ అవడం. దిస్ ఇస్ ఫస్ట్ స్టెప్. చాలా చాలా డెవలప్ చేసడానికి అవకాశం ఉంది. ఆ రెస్పాన్సిబిలిటీ మొత్తం ఈ భుజాల మీద ఉందండి. ఇక్కడ ఈ 3 days కూడా ఏదో ట్రైనింగ్ ఇస్తున్నారు. చాలా ట్రైనింగ్స్ వచ్చామా, ఏదో ట్రైనింగ్ ఇస్తున్నారు, వస్తున్నాం, ట్రైనింగ్ తీసుకుందాం, వెళ్దాంలే, మర్చిపోతాం కాదు. ఈ ట్రైనింగ్ అనేది ఎక్స్ట్రాఆర్డినరీ, రెసిడెన్షియల్ మోడ్ లో ఉంది. తెలంగాణ ఆంధ్రప్రదేశ్ ఇద్దరు కలిసి ఇక్కడ ట్రైనింగ్ అనేది దట్ ఇస్ స్పెషల్. మీరు షేరింగ్ యూ మస్ట్ హ్యావ్ షేరింగ్ యువర్ ఐడియాస్ విత్ అదర్ స్టేట్, తెలంగాణ అండ్ ఆంధ్రప్రదేశ్. కేపబిలిటీస్ కానీ ఈ కెపాసిటీ బిల్డింగ్ వర్క్ షాప్ లో మీరు కేపబిలిటీస్ అన్ని ఐడియాస్ అన్ని షేర్ చేసుకొని, ఇంకేమన్నా ఉంటే ఇంకా ఎక్స్ట్రా ఇంటర్వెన్షన్స్, థింక్ క్రియేటివిటీ, ఆ రకంగా మనం ప్రోగ్రామ్ చేసుకోవాలి. ఈ 3 days కూడా రెసిడెన్షియల్ మోడ్ లో మనం ఇక్కడ ఉన్నప్పుడు ఎక్కువ కో-కరిక్యులర్ యాక్టివిటీస్ కూడా మన MCRHR లో చాలా ఉన్నాయి. మనకి జిమ్ ఉంది, తర్వాత స్పోర్ట్స్ కోసం ఉంది, స్విమ్మింగ్ పూల్ ఉంది, ఈవినింగ్ కో-కరిక్యులర్ యాక్టివిటీస్ లో మీరు పార్టిసిపేట్ చేయొచ్చు. అలాగే చాలా ఐడియాస్ మీరు షేర్ చేసుకోవచ్చు అండి. ఇక్కడ ఉన్న ఈ ప్రోగ్రామ్స్ లో, PMSHRI ప్రోగ్రామ్స్ లో ప్రతి ఒక్కరు కూడా ఆ స్కూల్లో ఎక్స్ట్రా ఫెసిలిటీస్ ఉంటాయి, చాలా ఇన్నోవేషన్స్ ఉంటాయి. ప్రతి స్కూల్ బిల్డింగ్ లో ఎక్స్ట్రా మనకి బడ్జెట్ వస్తుంది చాలా డెవలప్ అయ్యడానికి. సైన్స్ ల్యాబ్ కానీ, తర్వాత స్పోర్ట్స్ ఐటమ్ కూడా మన సమగ్ర శిక్షలో చేసి 25,000 ఉంది. కానీ ఇందులో 50,000 ఎక్విప్మెంట్ ఉంది. అలాగే ఒక 1 lakh గురించి యోగా టీచర్ మనం అరేంజ్ చేసుకొని మనం అక్కడ ఇంటర్వెన్షన్స్ మనం రన్ చేసుకోవచ్చు. అది సమగ్ర శిక్ష లేదు. ఇటువంటి చాలా ఎక్స్ట్రా ఇంటర్వెన్షన్స్, ఎక్స్ట్రా క్వాలిటీ యాక్టివిటీస్ ఉన్నాయి. I want to play one PPT from Government of India. PPT గురించి PPT ఉంది. ఆ PPT ఒకసారి చాలా పెద్దగా ఉంది PPT. జస్ట్ అవుట్ లైన్స్ లో మనం మూవ్ చేస్తాము. విత్ ఇన్ 10 minutes లో I will close and I hand over to the speaker NCRT, Dr. Sharasin and Dr. Ashok sir. Okay. జస్ట్ అవుట్ లైన్ వెళ్ళిపోతామండి ఇందులో. ఓకే, డెవలపింగ్ మోర్ దెన్ 14 టోటల్ schools is 14,500 schools. The PMSHRI schools will demonstrate excellence and act as believed practices and knowledge centers for the entire learning ecosystem. The schools will be developed as green schools incorporating environmental friendly aspects. IIT, NITs, central universities to be involved in third party verification and performance monitoring and like SQAF on the school quality assessment framework also. Then the strengthening of all principles with the National Education Policy 2020. The total cost of the project is 27,360 crores. Central share is 18,128 and state share is 9 lakh 9,232, period of 5 years, that is the 2022, 23 to 26 to 27. It is the ratio is the central share is the 60% and state share is the 40%. Areas covered is under PMSHRI schemes, and this is very extraordinary schemes and ICT, smart classes and digital literacy for using digital pedagogy, equity and inclusion, including provision of safe and appropriate infrastructure for girls and CWSN, and RT also, quality and innovation, early child care and education, and green schools also. Schools will be sustainable and green schools, vocational interventions, enhancing internship, entrepreneurship, and secondary grade child will pass out with the at least one skill. And another infrastructure, strengthening of existing infrastructure, the tracking of child, every child will be tracked for enrollment and learning outcomes. This is very important for learning outcomes. Another in this PM schools, we have minimum benchmark features of PMC school. In this totally benchmark statements is the curriculum, syllabus, textbooks, uniform ID card to be made available with all the students, and clean, healthy and hygienic toilets on each floor with washing facility with exhaust fans and provisions of mug, buckets and a soap facility for hand washing. And third one is separate toilets, handrails and ramps for CWSN children. This is also additional provision of incinerators and vending machines and sanitary pots for girls. Adequate facilities for affordable drinking water on each floor with a sufficient number of water pans should be provided. And kitchen to have clean potable water, utensils and clean water set for serving midday meals. Nutrition gardens linked to midday meals of the students. Another, the school should have separate bins of biodegradable and non-biodegradable wastes. Child tracking to ensure long absenteeism and followed up timely to ensure child does not drop out of school till education. Classrooms should be sufficiently ventilated and should have boards for essential information and for displaying the works of students. Proper room for headmaster teachers primarily meant for use during non-teaching school staff, school hours. Staff common room should contain facilities for lockers for all teachers, office tables and chairs. This is also additional. Well, every school have adequate and functional ICT equipments, internet and smart classrooms also. Schools should have a digital library. That is very important and essential. Next, vocational labs and equipments and appliances. Schools should have equipment for science, mathematics lab. The table workshop should be acid-proof and anti-corrosive. Floor should be made with non-skid tiling to resist strong acid and alkali and resist scratch, fanning, aging, and stain resistance. Sufficient wash basins in chemistry and biology labs. Labs should have first aid kits, broken glass in receptacle, and chemical waste containers. Schools should have well-maintained medical room to address the health of students and employees. The school should have adequate ground to create outdoor facilities like athletics, track, volleyball, basketball, courts, etc. Indoor space facility like chess, carom, yoga. This one they are approved 5 lakhs grant also to our PMC schools in first phase. Then BALA, building and learning, develop the spaces to create varied teaching learning situations. The spaces can be classrooms, corridors, steps and outdoor spaces. The build elements can be floor, wall, window, door, ceiling, platform, etc. Eco-friendly measures in school. Actions to be taken for the efficient use of resources. How to create a healthy environment. How to integrate it in ecological curriculum in all teaching and learning, focusing on locally available nutrition food and adopting sustainable community practices such as conservation of biodiversity, use of locally produced products that are eco-friendly. Green school, solar panels, LED panels. It is also additional intervention in green school intervention in PMSHRI school. Solar panels, LED lights, rain harvesting pits, compost pits, botanical gardens, herbal garden, theme-based garden, tree plantation. The last one is that the school should ensure adequate facilities for providing recreation activities and for the conduct of various activities and programs for the school, social, cultural, and moral development of the students. The PMSHRI school should encourage various forms of dance, music, vocal, and instrumental. These are benchmark issues only totally compared with the Samagra Shiksha. This is additionally and special interventions. We have the PMC schools in phase 1 and phase 2. This is the main pillar, 6 pillars of PMC school. This is the last one. Just you observe the 6 pillars. First one is the curriculum, pedagogy and assessments. And second one is the human resource and social leadership. Third one is the management, monitoring and governance. Fourth one is the access and infrastructure. And fifth one is the inclusive practices and gender equity. And last one is the beneficiary satisfaction. These are 6 pillars. But in these 6 pillars, every pillar is a separate expression activities also. But we have no time to explain. Okay, we have to start the session at 12 o'clock for NCRT. That's the NCRT is the 2 hours and 3 hours classroom. Before lunch is 1 hour and after lunch is the 1.5 hour. Okay, please cooperate and listen carefully, and you will succeed in your training sessions and your development of your schools and district level also and state also. Okay, thank you to all. I welcome Dr. Sharat Sinha and Dr. Ashok sir to give valuable. I am very grateful to welcome you, madam. Thank you very much by NCRT. Thank you very much to all.
Good afternoon and namaskar. I'm highly delighted to have 2 states together. The story of 2 states. There was a film also. 2 states. So here 2 states with one language, same heart. They were one some times ago, united and then divided, and today united again. So welcome. I'm happy to be here in a state, and the state welcomed me with rains, because we were reading that Hyderabad is having very high temperatures. It was a pleasant surprise when we stepped down from the plane. We found that it is pleasantly cool in the evening. So let us start PMSHRI schools. All of you are respected dignitaries from the Samagra Shiksha. Dr. Malaya Garuji and Director CMAT, Sri Mastnaya Garuji, Sri Ramesh, and the course director Sri P. Rajiv, members from the Samagra Shiksha team. I don't remember their names, please forgive me for that, and the principals, head teachers, and representative from various PMSHRI schools, members from Lend a Hand, Shiksha Lokam, and other partners who will be taking sessions tomorrow, and of course all those whom I have failed to address. Welcome again. The session was PMSHRI slide by the ministry showed what are the initiatives. All of you have, I could not get much of the Telugu language, but the spirit with which the Telugu language, with the earlier speaker spoke, that was that these schools are the privileged ones. The number of schools is enormous in these 2 states, 543 in the first state and 222 in the second phase. So that means a lot of water has flown already. Funds in the first grant have been received. And once you start receiving the funds, you know where to utilize them. And utilization of fund, as many of you must be very well aware, the states in all in the country, the states, the officials of Samagra Shiksha are also looking into the programs, other programs also. The duties are overlapping. We do not have a separate post for looking after PMSHRI school. There might be some officials who would be looking after PMSHRI. The story is same in all the states. Now, in that case, all of you must be very well aware that the PMSHRI is an ambitious scheme. And the basic why PMSHRI scheme is very ambitious, because NEP 2020, which was launched almost 3.5 years ago, is going to be 3.5 years and more. So in that case, how that policy has to be implemented, that needs to be seen. But when we talk, NCRT gives us opportunity to move to the length and breadth of the country, address a lot of in-service teachers and interact with them. And we understand that every state is different. Implementation of the conditions in every state are different. So implementation of the policy also takes different angles, and everybody faces diverse situation. Everybody is in diverse situation to implement. Despite this, PMSHRI scheme has just waived off all the resource constraints. Earlier we said that financial constraints are there. Now previous speakers mentioned many a times that the amount which is being given for the initiatives is much more than what was given in the Samagra Shiksha. So basically the first objective is to showcase the NEP 2020, National Education Policy 2020 initiatives which have been taken. So my first question is, what are the initiatives which are to be implemented in PMSHRI scheme, which are also in the NEP 2020? Please don't go on a listening spree only, because you have to use all other senses also. Right? So smile more often, clap more often, talk more often, and interact more often. So I would like to have responses from your side. How many of you have read the NEP 2020 completely? I see how many hands are raised. Partly only 2 hands are raised. So I take it. How do I take it? It has taken 3.5 years for the entire room not to go through a 63-page document. Probably too busy in implementation of other projects. Let them raise their hands. Why? I have a frozen shoulder. I have really bad shoulder, and it pains very bad. Do I assume that everybody has the same problem? No? Then why you are ashamed in raising hands if you have read it? I'll not ask any questions from that. Don't worry. So that is a document which has to be showcased. Okay, you have a guiding document. See, somebody says कि first आना है, first आना है तो क्या करना है? पढ़ना है तो कैसे पढ़ना है? You have to read what subjects you have to read, how much you have to read, what is the time you have to give, how you have to prepare for the questions. So you have to have some guideline. Okay, you read 2 hours a day, you read online, you have some guidebooks, or you have some help books, something, so on and so forth. So PMSHRI, the NEP 2020 is the guiding document. And now every time we say whether PMSHRI are the schools which will be showcasing NEP 2020. So what is that has to be showcased? Is it what all those, the previous speaker, what he has read out, everything? Is it that you have to utilize money, decorate the school and stand that whenever somebody comes for an inspection? You have to make your schools exemplar, so that everybody, the previous speaker also spoke that we have first generation learners coming to our government schools. They remember us, they idealize us if you teach them something new. So what is that you have to implement? You have learning outcomes was something which was being talked about. So you have to improve the learning outcomes of, it was also talked about the NAS survey, the results of the NAS, the learning outcomes, the various SLAS surveys, it was talked about by the previous speakers. And I understand that you have to constantly, quality is something dynamic. It has to be constantly improved. It's not that this year we have got a good result, we have achieved a learning outcome, so next year we should just sit quietly. You have to work hard for that, right? So that is one, that you have to improve the quality. Something that was being talked about was 6 pillars here in the PPT earlier. So he made my work very simple. So what are those 6 pillars?
Curriculum, pedagogy and assessments. Human resource and school leadership, management, monitoring and governance, access and infrastructure, inclusive practice and gender equity, efficiency satisfaction.
Good. I'm happy that at least you don't go back into slumber, because listening, neend aa jati hai. You understand Hindi? I'll speak some Hindi words also in between. So So NEP में क्या क्या चीजें ऐसी कही हैं? What are those things which have to be implemented in PMSHRI schools? One thing is that we have to see that these schools, how do we make it? Only merely saying that quality हमें improve करनी है, that doesn't work. Quality कहाँ improve करनी है? Quality of infrastructure आपको improve करनी है. Quality of teaching learning improve करनी है. What quality? Quality in what terms? You have to very well exemplify and tell. When you make a school exemplar school, that means it should be neat and clean. Something was talked about green schools. Something was talked about that you should have inclusive environment. That was something which was not, I could not hear. That is, sir spoke that every, like in a temple, only Hindu will go, in church only a Christian will go, in a mosque only a Muslim will go. But in a school, that is the temple of education, everybody is welcome. That is, it's an inclusive setup. So inclusive, if we have an inclusive setup, we have different demands. And how these demands have to be fulfilled, these schools have to be made inclusive. We have to create an inclusive environment so that every child feels that he or she is welcome in the school. Right? And then we have diverse offering. That is, we have to provide a wide range of learning experiences. Not simply by chalk and talk. The way I am speaking, you are listening. No, not at all. There are hundreds of questions which are coming into your mind. Speak them out. Speak them out. Ask questions. Discuss among yourself. There are diverse learners. You talk about learning styles. You must have learned somebody oral listeners. Some are see and learn. Somebody do and learn. So these, we have diverse learning styles and diverse learners in the classroom coming from different backgrounds. So there will be migrant children, there will be from disadvantaged groups, there would be from good families. Let us, the parents are educated, which means there will be parents, some of the parents would be workers or laborers. So you don't have a scope for depending upon them that somebody will help them for homework. So we have diverse children from diverse background. So the atmosphere of the classroom becomes more challenging. You have to be more inclusive in using the pedagogies for addressing. And this is what we have to address here. This is a big challenge which is going to come up. And then one thing which is basically very important is to have a good ambience, good space where everybody feels good. See, like the moment you come to this hall, you feel, oh, so good. Right? You have good acoustics, good seating space, better visibility, better good air condition. So you feel that all the atmosphere for learning is ready. Just like in a chemical reaction, when a chemical reaction has to be started, we have to give some heat so that the molecules which are reacting, they get a threshold energy. Once they get that threshold energy, they are ready to react. And when they are ready to react, the entire reaction takes place. So here you have to make them ready. That means you have to have an enabling infrastructure. People with special needs who need a disabled toilet, who need something else, they also should feel, no, I'll do that. Right? How to do that? Huh? Yeah, sure. Please. ये क्या है एम्स एंड हाउ डू यू गो बाय दिस yeah, so these are basic it focuses, see, this hinders my holistic development is something that the policy also talks about. So holistic development of the child means what? All-round development. All-round development, now you are free. Some of the officials have gone, okay? You're a bit relaxed. So holistic development means what? What holistic development means to you?
All-round development.
All-round. All-round is holistic. Holistic is all-round.
Physical and mental. Physical and mental. Entire personality.
Physically, socially.
Okay. Then also the policy has talked about lot of innovative pedagogies. And we have talked about sports integrated, toy integrated pedagogy, and you have got a lot of money for innovation and implementing innovations also. Right? This is there. This is all the aims and objective of PMSHRI. They are given in the module number 3 of PMSHRI, which is there on the MOE website. So this is nothing new, and I've just taken from there. And then, of course, it has lots of things like vocational education, real world application, then green initiatives. We have a person from UNICEF, and then lot of community engagement, participation of all, then guidance to other school and alignment with sustainable development goals and future needs. That is, what are the sustainable development goals? Okay, you are right. Absolutely right.
That should be useful for future generation.
What does that stand for?
Natural resources.
Okay. So these are the basic, I would say, that aims and objectives of PMSHRI, and you can also go in details in that. But definitely I would like to say that how could you be instrumental in making this happen? Do you have some plan for it? We have talked about the funds. The previous speakers, they gave a lot of detailing about the availability of funds. The funds are available, and you have a method of procurement of all the things for which are needed. So how do you go about it? How do you go about it? And what should be done in the classroom? The quality comes not only from infrastructure, not only from the enabling environment, but there has to be some documents which have to be instrumental in carrying out your plan. What are they, and what do you think could be? They could be. Answer should come from you. No, for PMSHRI, you have to be very specific. That take into mind that the first line which speaks about it is that showcase the initiatives taken in National Education Policy 2020. Now your question must come to your mind that what was that new which we have to do, which we were not doing earlier? You were teaching in the classroom. You were teaching for the betterment of children. You were teaching for achieving learning outcomes. What is new that is you are supposed to do?
Life skills in education, ma'am.
You were teaching that also.
21st century skills.
Yes. And
Innovative teaching.
innovative teaching. Yes.
Educational.
What else?
Involvement of child, madam.
You were not involving the child earlier.
Vocational education.
Yes. Vocational was not there earlier.
Yeah.
No, we have not there, madam. Institution. Involvement. Imparting technological knowledge.
Very good. So there are so many things which are bubbling in your mind. Okay. And who has to do all these things?
The teacher has to do.
The teachers. Right. The teachers, and who else? Can the teachers do it alone?
No.
Who else is needed?
All stakeholders.
And
Parents.
All stakeholders.
who are the other stakeholders?
Parents,
Parents.
head of the institute, community.
Will they come and teach in the school?
No.
Then how?
Support us.
Support.
In form of?
We'll take the support from parents.
In form of support of the students.
So there are a lot of ideas which are coming up. You can please keep on writing, because every school, even if it is a PMSHRI school, every school is in a different locality, different diverse challenges you will face. Okay, so these ideas which are coming from brainstorming would definitely help. So let us start. Let us not, like, this was stirring. And since I have been given only 1 hour, I'll just tell you that what is the vision of the National Education Policy. That is, first vision is to transform into a global superpower. So if in order to become a global superpower, what we have to do? Come out with ideas, speak out. It's not a one-way process. Future ready how? Saying that is, I want actionable points.
Coordination.
That you are already doing. That you are already doing. Please give me focus points. See, we can improve the classroom situation. We can give them more time to study. These are no practical solution. This is, that is something hawa mein baat karna. Okay, give a pinpointed solution that we would do this, or we would take them to Atal Tinkering Labs. We would provide them exposure visits. We would take them to visits outside in the garden to tell about the flora and fauna. We would use toys to use toy-based pedagogy. We would use storytelling as a pedagogy in the classroom. And 21st century skill is something very much talked about. What are those 21st century skills? You were doing it, madam. Activity based was not something new. You were doing it. What I want to cull out from your side is what is new that has to be done? What is that add-on which has to be done?
Beside the text, we have to go for
Digital learning, yes.
vocational education,
Yes.
critical thinking
What is critical thinking?
in a different manner. Other than
Give me an example. You are in the classroom and something you want to inculcate or you want to start children to think critically. What would you do? The person who has asked, the person who has answered, because he must be having something in his mind. The voice came from the last page. Give me one example of critical thinking. Yes.
example is robotics, ma'am. Using electronic equipments, they come forward with innovative ideas.
Where no robotic lab is available, how critical thinking will not happen then, that means, huh?
No, it will happen. But one of the example it is.
Okay. Being a mathematics teacher, ma'am.
So need one example for giving critical thinking, madam.
Okay, ma'am. From this side.
Madam, it is.
Yes, madam. We will give the examples.
Yeah, when
From
we are
this side.
Madam,
Madam.
madam, 1 minute.
See here.
For a single problem, we have to give different solutions. In such a way, we can develop the creativity and reasoning skills of the child.
Being a mathematics teacher, when I am teaching a concept, after completion of concept, I am giving the choice to the children, preparing some different type of questions from that. For a question, different types of solutions. We are puzzles like that. We are not doing the answers for puzzles. They are making the puzzles.
Madam, whatever you are doing, it is critical thinking only, madam. This is only critical.
I'll just tell you a story. Critical thinking, probably that will make you understand. There was a factory. The boss was about to retire. The incoming boss was sitting with him in the farewell party. He asked the incoming boss, he told the incoming boss, asked the outgoing boss, what is the word of advice for me? So he said, young man, whenever any problem comes, okay, You can solve the problem yourself, but if you are at your wit's end, what you do is there is an almirah in there's a locker. You open the locker. I have kept 2 envelopes for you. That is my departing advice to you. So things went on well for first 6 months, and this man was at ease, enjoying all the perks in the factory, being the CEO of the factory. What happened next was, after 6 months, there was a terrible strike. This man did not know. He tried a few tricks, whatever he had in his pocket, whatever he knew by his management background, but he could not solve the problem. So he remembered that the earlier boss had left an envelope, and he just went and opened that. When he opened that, it was in the envelope number 1, it was written, he opened it carefully, and it was written that blame it on your predecessor. Okay, so he got an idea. He went to the further bosses of the company and he said, the earlier boss did not do things properly, and we are here to face the fruit of his wrongdoings. Okay, and somehow the other bosses also helped him resolve the problem, and the problem was resolved. This man was again at ease. After another 6 or 7 months, he knew that now he has a shortcut. And then after 6 or 7 months, again, there was a bigger problem. When there was a bigger problem, he knew that why should I solve the problem? Let me go to the envelope and almirah and see. He saw the envelope. In the envelope number 2, it was written, now leave the problem for your successor. See, I hope you understand what I mean to say by this story. See, if you do not develop your skills, you will have to leave your seat one day. Technology is coming in a big way. Artificial intelligence has already invaded our classrooms. Our children are far better in using artificial intelligence apps than us. Every day I open the Insta, I find 10 more AI apps. Okay, and people at this age, right? At ripe old age, we are at our wits' end. Young people do it very fast. So if we do not update ourselves, we will have to leave problems for our successors and leave ours. So already there is a debate that AI is going to replace the teacher. The teachers, dar hai man mein. So you have to update yourself. And that is, how can you update yourself? You have to think better ways of solving the classroom problems. And that is where your critical thinking comes in. Another 21st century skill you've been talking about, what is that? See, my discourse will go on long and long. If I get replies from you, if I think that I am able to tell you about some 21st century skills which have to be implemented in the class, I think my coming from Delhi would be successful. Okay, so you talk a lot of things. You talk a lot about collaboration, cooperation, coordination, right? Activity-based learning, as Madam called, problem-solving approaches, which if you just think, don't look at me, just think that in my subject, how am I going to do? How often do we collaborate? Is collaboration a quality? Do we encourage collaboration in the classroom? Do we? Really? How? You give group activities. Okay. And yes, and. But at the end of the day, what you do is you felicitate the child who has come first in class. Okay. You never felicitate a group. When we see our classroom culture is not cooperative in nature. We do not give, I'm sorry to say that we do not promote cooperative activities in the classroom. Admit it. See the example. Leave aside cricket. See any sports in which we win medals. Either it is chess, it is an athletic event, sprint, boxing, that is again a single person event, tennis or badminton, or that Neeraj Kumar, that javelin throw, right? Most of the medals which we win are individual ones. And in cooperative games, when it comes to kicking the ball in the goal, it's we run with the ball so that the goal is on my name. We'll never let it pass. We never cooperate. So that is reflected that our country in a classroom, and who will foster this? The teachers. More cooperation, either you groups in the cooperative learning, you must have learned theoretically, either you sink together or you swim together or you win together. But there is nothing that is visible in this classroom. So you have to create a classroom atmosphere in which all these capabilities are done again and again you are strengthening them, reinforcing them, so that it become a habit, not only once, every time, every teacher does that. So coming back to the vision of NEP 2020, that has it talks about accessibility, it talks about a new curricular and pedagogical structure that brings a lot of challenges to the school also. When it is we're coming up with a new structure, we have more children coming up, we have different levels of teaching, different type of pedagogy is coming up, because the pedagogy with a small child has to be developed, and the pedagogy with a child in 12th class, because PMSHRI school to sabhi hai na, 12th class tak ke hain PMSHRI school. So different type of children and different pedagogies have to be taken. Now, assessment reforms are also something which has been talked about and which are very much wanted. When we change the classroom procedures, when we change the classroom pedagogies, there is something that is assessment, because when the child learns, they learn the way board exam mein the type of questions are asked. The teachers also prepare them for that. But now if the questions are thought-provoking, in CBSE, they talk about higher order thinking skill, HOTS questions. The questions are based on critical thinking. So at that time, when the students are if the question comes like this, already you have seen in the past time, the pattern of question paper is changing. So those assessment reforms, that means more on thinking, because you know why it is so important, because the number of jobs, the nature of jobs is changing now, right? Already the number of jobs is shrinking. So that is why there's more focus on skill-based job. And in order to get, information overload is so much. Earlier it was said that knowledge used to double in 10 years. Now in 5 years, the information is doubled. Now I would say every month the information is doubled. So much of information. And the more alarming thing is that information is available to everyone. It is available for the student also and the teacher also. Internet rates, I think in our country, are one of the cheapest rates. Even the rickshaw wala has an access to the pack of internet, and that is very easy. It's not very costly. So the children also learn, and children also have the same source of information. So there's so much of information. The competency which has to be developed is, what is the competency that has to be developed? What is the skill that you cannot put everything into the mind, and you cannot ask everything which you have put into the mind of the child in the question paper. So what is required is information processing.
ICT.
Right. Pardon?
ICT.
ICT is one thing, sir. ICT तो एक तरीका है. ICT ये तरीका है. ICT पढ़ाने का काम नहीं कर रही. पढ़ाने का काम तो ह्यूमन कर रहा है ना, टीचर कर रहा है. Please understand what is to be taught. Exactly. How to process that information in various situations. In the interview, they don't ask what is your name, what is this, what. In every interview, there is a demonstration. If there's an interview, they will see your writing ability, how will you react to a situation, they will give you a number of situations, they will put you in a group discussion. For every job, you have multiple layers of interviews. So they are testing your skills, and all these skills are the 21st century skills. So you have to bring into your classroom all these things. not only simple learning of the facts that I know this, I know that, and these questions, right? So, and then of course, ICT is a very integral part. Digital learning has to be augmented. For this, PMSHRI has lot of even funds, labs, and then it has paid more emphasis to digital learning also. Nowadays in the classroom also, it's a blended mode, and it is the norm of the day. Earlier it was like kaise hoga. Now it is offline as well as online. We are doing so many offline courses, online courses. So it is there. And then of course, the one thing more which that NEP says is establishing stringent standards for the teachers. So there's a document called National Professional Standard for Teachers, which has been brought about by NCT. Please see to it that will be related to your further appraisals and promotions in the coming time. So these are some of the points which I say that NEP 2020 talks about, and then how you have to implement them. These are some of the things which I have just talked about to you. Now, national education policy, you all said that emphasizes on cognitive and holistic development. So holistic development, yeah, the answer from you came very nicely. Holistic means what? All round. And all round means holistic. Okay. Yes, that was the answer I got, right? So how would you develop that mental aspect in the classroom?
Through exposure.
Exposure of what?
Classroom participation.
The answers, see, the answers which I'm trying to get from your side, I see Telangana and Andhra Pradesh as very progressive states. Very honestly. So I expect answers from your side which are out of the box. Not the same. We will ask more questions. We will give them more opportunities that you are already doing. It is not something which you haven't been doing. So please tell me that how will you bring out cognitive and holistic developments? See, social, ethical, ये सारा कुछ लिखा हुआ है. That is what policy speaks about. Okay. And then 21st century skills, which I have talked about. Inclusive education. You all, somebody said, and that I could not appreciate that person, that what is that you want from community? Somebody said that ensure that they come to the school regularly. The answer came from somewhere this side.
Values?
Yes.
Values?
Madam, he is the person, madam. We don't.
Yes. So clap for him. Clap for him also, that at least he was honest enough to tell about him. Somebody there says good, then nobody appreciates. We say, अरे इसका वो तारीफ हो जाएगा. नहीं बताते. ठीक है, I remembered it. चलिए. So these are the things which the policy talks about. And why I am telling policy is talking about all this, because these are the things which you have to implement in the PMSHRI school. When they say कि आपने PMSHRI school में नया क्या किया, then you will be told that I have tried to inculcate the 21st century skills. I have given them more cooperative projects. I have involved one subject with another subject with another subject, and the project is one project for the whole school. 5 children are involved in one project which has some element of geography, some element of social science, some element of language, some element of drawing, some element of data, like that. So it is a group project, and in that it has some computation also. So that is something which these answers have to be thought of, and you have to really do a lot of work, because we are teaching the same thing over the years. Syllabuses are not, syllabi is not changed much, because the basics of science, everything, something new are added, something old is deleted. But what is important is to motivate, how useful it will be for the child in the future. That has to be seen. And when your schools will be, like sir was telling in the morning, that people will come to inspect and see your schools, they will see from these parameters that what is the new you have done, and what are the steps you have taken to inculcate these 21st century skills, right? Then this is something which nobody talked about. Language.
Communication.
In the national education policy, language is something which is emphasized, teaching in mother tongue. What does that mean?
If a child from infancy onwards,
To understand their concepts in their own language.
in a very good manner at primary level.
Student can easily understand if taught in mother tongue because he was much
If a child is a very
that
exposed to mother
language, he
tongue,
can easily understand.
And suppose I am a teacher, I am posted in your state and I don't understand your language and I have to teach. What do I do? KV's teacher come on transfer. I am being told by the NEP 2020 that you have to teach in mother tongue, you have to appreciate, you have to understand. What do I do?
we have to learn.
Yes, I have to learn. And in case I am not proficient also, I have to respect the language. Okay, that is something that is required from all teachers. You're right. So, and different language, see, that is cognitive functioning increases. It is also said that even when you go old and if you start learning a new language, your cognitive abilities, they remain intact. Dementia comes later. So learning is a new language is always challenging, and children tend to learn language very fast, right? So in that case, now curriculum pedagogy and assessment reforms are something which have been talked, and experiential learning, which is word which never came from your side. New experiential learning methods have to be devised in various subjects. What becomes a challenge is you all have new ideas. You all have so many teaching programs. But the problem with you is that when you are trying to implement, when you are doing something for the first time, you have a problem to the time. The first is the time. The second is the environment, because other teachers will say, what are you doing? Because when you're doing something for the first time, you might succeed, you might not succeed. Then you are afraid of the results also. What would the parents say? That means you really have to work very hard when you are implementing some innovation or you are trying to innovate new things. So that is, you have to have an enabling environment in the school. And that enabling environment, all of you talked about all the stakeholders. You talked about the parents, you talked about the community members, you talked about the teachers, you never talked about the head teachers. Many of you have had teachings in the NEPA. If your head teacher is reluctant, if your principal is reluctant, nothing doing, go the way you are going. Would you be able to implement some innovation in the classroom? So even the head teachers, the attitude of the head teachers is also very important, and they play a big role in creating an enabling environment in the classroom, right? Now there are two documents, NCF 2022, National Curriculum Framework. How many of you have seen this document? I'm not asking about reading, seen, because reading is tough. It is, the number of pages is more. When 63-page document took more than 3 years to go to read, it took a lot of time. It seems teachers of a country are so busy. So these documents are heavier. And how many of you have seen National Curriculum Framework for school education, SE? You have seen. How many pages are there, madam?
695 pages, madam.
673 to be precise. Yes, they are all annexes. So how many of you have seen it first? Seen wale haath utha do. Yes, many have seen. Yes, it's okay. When everybody is giving answer, ICT is so important. So not physical copy नहीं देखा कोई बात नहीं, ठीक है? I can show you the virtual copy here also. The second thing is that what are the salient features? I won't ask you to go through. As a teacher, you should go through it because that is where the key lies. You know, one fine morning, somebody will ask about learning standards. One fine morning, somebody will ask about the choice of subjects. One fine morning, somebody will ask you that I want to take these two subjects and which is not available in your school, but the policy says so. You have to look into these documents, the basket of choices which is offered, which all subjects can be taken together, which subjects can be gelled together. That these documents are the guiding documents which would help you. So find time in reading 2 or 3 pages. Before next 5 years, you will be able to read the entire document. Okay. I know it's difficult, you know, you can break the document in 4 or 5 volumes. There are 5 chapters in NCFSE. Break it into 5 volumes and then read it separately whenever you get time. You'll get a lot of ideas. Because इतना मोटा डॉक्यूमेंट उठा के पढ़ना भी मुश्किल हो जाता है ना? और ऑनलाइन we all say ICT, but online padna nobody likes. If you get that way, very few people like reading online because it's so strenuous. All the time we are glued to the computer only. So,
Madam, can I just say something about
Please,
NCF 2023? We just had some sessions on that. So
yes.
just an outline. NCF 2023 deals with school education, and it starts with the aims of education.
Okay.
And then
FS, you're telling about FS?
National Curriculum Framework
For?
2023. No, not for, this is for school education.
Okay.
And it is divided into, after discussing the aims of education, it focuses on the streams of education, different subjects which can be dealt under that. And it is divided into stages.
Who is speaking? But from where? Achha.
Here, this side.
Achha. Okay.
So it is divided into stages. So the aims are again divided into streams, and they are again divided into curricular goals. And the curricular goals are stage specific. So it is for like foundational stage, preparatory stage, middle stage, and secondary stage. So the secondary stage, basically we all deal with the secondary stage, like for the high schools and all. So it covers these standards from 9th standard to 12th standard. So the curricular goals are stage specific. They're different for all the different types of stages. And based on that stage also, assessments are also based on the stage specifics only. And curricular goals are all fixed. They're already given in the guidelines in the National Curriculum Framework. And based on the requirement, based on what it says, the competencies, like curricular goals are not, you cannot measure them properly. So competencies are derived. It helps to see what is actually to be measured. Like it is not abstract, it is concrete. So it after the like competencies, when we come to the class, we focus on the learning outcomes. So learning outcomes are also like concrete. So what we expect from the classroom, we can design.
And it seems that you have given quite a lot of time to read it. Now I'm just giving you a few slides, right? Because I understand if you had read it, you would have been better able to understand. Although you people are experienced enough, okay? You understand many things and you know many things more than what I am trying to speak. You may not have gone through the documents, but right now the entire show is on the scheme. The objective is what you have to showcase. So you have to be very clear and familiar. I'll try to be brief. Now on the next few slides, you just read it. There is blue and the red slide. This is simple activity. And each block is representing an NCF chapter. Had you read it, it would have been fine. If you have not read it, tukka lagana or answer batana. Okay, which you will do, which will be able to do it. Now you'll have 3 minutes to discuss with each other. What do you think this chapter includes? And what is the why is this chapter relevant to your school? These are 2 pictures, right? Okay. Some of you, those who are on that side, they can look at the blue picture. Those who are on this side, that can look on the red picture. And just tell me that what does the chapter include? I have given the name also. It is from the document only. So what do you think the 2 questions which I have asked you? Just try to answer those questions. See, you will have to read these documents on some day or the other. If you think that if a training is needed, you can take a training from your state officials on that. But then you'll have to read them. It is necessary. That will give you some pointers in which you can proceed. Please.
Ma'am,
Yes, please.
uh,
Please speak out. Yes.
the teacher is trying to teach in English language, but students are not from English language background. They are different languages backgrounds. People are there.
Okay. Okay. Okay, that's fine. That's fine. That is from the red one or a blue one? Red one. Blue one, please.
The first picture shows about the achieving of competencies, curricular goals, ma'am. Like they are graduated when they are coming out with the certificates.
Madam, the children should set their goals, madam. Like they should have different aims, and we should set a background to reach. This right.
Use mic, ma'am.
They are learning doing play method, playing with toys.
Learning by doing.
By doing.
Aims.
Second picture talks about unity in diversity. As the schools have same uniform, they are all treated as same. So it talks that though you are from different cultures, different backgrounds, you all have to be one and aim for one goal, that is education.
Learned by doing, they achieve success. Hands-on.
Yes.
They learned by doing, ma'am, with hands-on experience. So finally, they achieved success.
Yeah, shall I try, ma'am? Here. So not all the children are set to a common goal there, and some children in the upper circle, they achieved their academic goals in a very good manner, and they went in academic sides. And the lower picture, my assumption is not going to the academics, they settled in different types of professions, that is skills, drawing skills and hands-on experience,
Vocational skills,
etc. So
okay then.
Madam, in the second picture,
Abbas ho gaya kar.
in common language, English is there. The script is in English.
Okay.
Okay, and other languages mentioned are in their own script. So, that's the main
What
thing.
did I ask? Now, okay. All the responses you all saw, you all processed the information. What was the question asked?
Using home language and different languages.
What do you think the chapter includes?
The first one was which chapter it is from. So the name was there, so you did not bother to name it. Why is this chapter relevant in your school? I did not ask what is the picture showing? What are they doing? I asked, why is this chapter relevant in your PMSHRI school? My question was that. अब नहीं
Madam.
अब तो सब बताओगे ही. See, it is very important to listen very carefully. See, we have so much of information in our mind. All of you are so experienced. You have classroom, you have so many classroom strategies in your pocket, and you know to handle your class so very well. But in the changed circumstances, it is very important for you to be focused. What is desired from you? I desired the answer of 2 questions. And the first question answer was given. The last question answer, nobody ventured. Everybody was looking at the picture and trying to find out, trying to make meaning. What does that chapter include? Well, if that chapter is including, how is that chapter relevant to your school? If it is, suppose it's a school, many of you are from secondary schools, many of you are school from till middle schools. So you are from different types of schools, and PMSHRI schools are of all types. So in that case, how it is relevant? How this talking in different languages can be made is relevant in your school? How playing together is relevant in how curricular goal, competencies, and learning outcomes is relevant in your classrooms? How much it is relevant in your classrooms? Because these chapters or curriculum framework or these documents are enormous, huge documents. And you have to take main things from that. So in that, see, the aims, curricular goals, what I have pointed out is the crux. The red one, that it focus on nurturing responsible individuals. Okay. And I would just say, responsible individuals means you have people with different types of hats, different type of work. Somebody becomes a lawyer, somebody becomes something, somebody different types coming up. Okay, so that is you are focusing on nurturing a responsible individual in different types. Then you have to, what you have been talking, all-round and holistic development. All types of development has to be nurtured, play, writing, coloring, all type of activities. Then curricular goals also, context relevant, you have to be there. You have to, along with the context, what type of school is there, what type of surroundings are there. Major takeaways, essential skills which are responsible for the development of competencies. You have to nurture them. And these pictures, you can also take home that you go behind the academic subjects. It's not only academic subjects, it are various activities encompassing life skills and values. The answer, this came earlier in the morning today. Also, this is also an important, and of course, all of you have been pressing hard on learning outcomes. Yes, then these activities, they serve as a benchmark for achieving learning outcomes and of course, assessing of students' progress. And later emphasize understanding, application, and then critical thinking is not only giving a question and asking somebody to give a separate answer. Critical thinking that comes out slowly, it has to be nurtured. You constantly have to challenge the student. It's not that one time you ask a question and you ask an alternative, you will get you have made the child a critical thinker. No, it's not. Constantly you have to challenge. Then only, when you come into challenging situations, you try to get better answers to it. Okay, so this is it. And then again, I would like to give you some more activities. For the second one, it was, there were languages. You spoke about languages, right? So language is a very, very important, something very much emphasized in the policy. And our country boasts of multiple languages. Then there are dialects, and children from all walks of the life, they come to the schools. So many languages we don't understand, but it is very important to understand, because language is the best medium of communication, we would say. And with that, see, if I have been communicating in your language, Telugu, you would have understood it much better. But all of you, since you have developed a understanding and speaking in English also, you are able to understand it equally well, right? Had I not been able to speak English, I would have spoken in Hindi, then it would have been a somewhat difficult situation for both of us. So that is, this policy is giving more emphasis on embracing the diversity, linguistic diversity of the country. Okay. And then of course, learning and using of multiple languages effectively. This is something which is emphasized, and that is something you have to do in your school also. And early literacy focus, this is the picture in which the children, it's a, maybe it's a mother or children or from a Balvatika, whatever you can say thing. So the in the print rich environment, they learn better. Early exposure to words, language, vocabulary, and reading and writing skills at an early age, they should be promoted. Because see, all of you must have observed that in the earlier classes, multiplication table, everybody learns by rote, right? They don't understand, but they learn by rote and they never forget it. Okay? If you teach a shloka or if you teach something to the child, a saying, a couplet, a poem, a song, they never forget it, right? So language learning at the earlier parts, that is very, very fast. Okay. So, and again, I had said that if you're learning if a person has learned 2 or more languages, the probability of getting dementia at an earlier stage is very, very less. There are studies, and I have a cutting also it was done somewhere in Germany, some 10 years back. And that is, learning more languages leads to more mental agility, right? And this is, of course, this picture also said something. That is, in the classroom, there will be different people. So you have to promote inclusive practices. There's another discussion going on at that end. Something new for us? Madam, कुछ नया है बताने के लिए? Yes, madam. At the back, there's a discussion going on. Similarly, I brought another picture. This is a chapter on pedagogy, and this is a chapter on choosing, organizing, and contextualized learning. My question is the same. Again, what were the question? The name, and what are the major takeaways from this? So it's fine. I would not delve much into it. It will because I see that all of you are losing interest. No.
No.
You are eager to listen. But no, you're not participating the way I wanted you to.
No, we are doing it, madam.
So, anyways, I leave the PPT with you. You all can share it, and you are intelligent enough to go through it. So, this I had tried to give you a lot of exercises to think over, but probably you are like it's the lunch time, so maybe.
Just half an hour.
Now, somebody told about the national, this was more I had taken from National Curriculum Framework for Foundation State. Okay. So Foundation State, different chapters, what are the chapters and what are the major takeaways in the PMSHRI school about that. The second one is National Curriculum Framework for School Education. And in National Curriculum Framework for School Education, from that 673-page document, I have 3 pointers which I have taken. The 3 pointers major are, you read the whole document, I have broken the summary into 3 points. That is, one is creating and enriching a learning ecosystem. What do you mean by it? it is written here. That is, this is the work of the school leader, school head, that whatever new innovations somebody is trying to do, a teacher is trying to do or trying to implement, the teacher has to supplement, support, and give all the facilities. The head teacher or the principal has to give all these facilities. These are very important. Enabling environment, you know, innovations thrive in an enabling environment. So it could be the ecosystem for a better infrastructure, for inclusive practices. It could be for self-discipline. It could be for community involvement. Every schools in every part of the country involves the community in a different way. See, if you go in Rajasthan, community donates a lot of water coolers or something to the schools, right? They donate fans, etc., for the school in the memory of someone. In Samagra, we had some good practices that on Tithi Bhojan, Tithi Bhojan you must have read, right? That is on special days, on anniversaries, on birthdays. They give some special menu to the school children as a midday meal on that day. So there is some add-on in the midday meal menu also. They got some goodies, some sweets, some nutritious meal or different meal other than the menu in which they get. So there are a lot of practices, and of course, community involvement varies differently in different states. And newer methods they come up when we talk to different states. Okay, Rajasthan it is different, Haryana it is different, in Uttarakhand it is different. There are various various way the community is involvement. I give you an example of a village in Haryana. It is called Kosli, and Kosli, that village, everybody is in army or the armed forces, army, navy or air force. So whenever somebody comes, that Fauji comes back to the home, he always makes it a point to go to the school and give them a lecture. Tell them what happens, what he did, and tells all the children about the act of bravery he or she committed. So the children get motivated. So everybody in that villages, in every house, without any exception, there is 1, 2, or 3 generation of people going and joining the armed forces. So that is a part of community involvement. That's a different way of community involvement. They are not asking any brigadier general to come and give lecture, but they're asking only a simple Sainik to come and say that how I did and how I feel and how brave I feel. And the same thing is transferred to the children also. So different in many schools, I have seen that they call the parents. If a parent knows some art of stitching, crochet, cooking, something like that, they come and demonstrate on one day. Now the policy also is talking about 10 bagless days. In 10 bagless days, there's a guideline. I'm sure all the states must have planned this. And for PMSHRI school, it also must have been planned. What do you do in 10 bagless days? From which class it has been implemented? Which class?
All classes.
Wow. Caught unawares. Okay, this is called caught unawares. Different answers are coming. Bagless, that means only 2 hands were raised that who have read the policy. It is very true, only those 2 hands have read, because bagless date is categorically stated in the policy. From class 6 onwards, it will be implemented in the school. Okay.
In our state, primary schools have conducted, ma'am.
It is no bag day in our.
Now it is up to you to discuss among yourself. But policy says it has to be done by, if you are doing it from class 1, it is well and fine. Okay. Many countries, many progressive countries where we see their education system, they don't ask children to bring back and they don't conduct any examination also. From class 1, if you are doing bagless and without examination, that is up to you. But since we have to follow the policy, we can have 10 bagless day, and these 10 bagless days, what are you doing in those 10 bagless days?
Co-curricular activities, ma'am, other than subject.
Ek Bharat Shresth Bharat activities.
these 10 days, although your state can plan anything, but 10 days it is basically to tell about the vocational things, Take your children to some local craft person. Take your children to a local industry. Take your children to make them understand. Take your children to a farm. Make them understand how food comes from farm to your plate. Make them realize the importance of work. Okay. Work. Nowadays, children, they don't make their hands dirty in the mud. Nowadays, children don't know to do something. Only you focus, padho. Effective domain, they don't have any emotions. Because I give you an example, if you see an accident happening on the road, children are not moved because they see so much of violence on the television and any bloodshed, or even the games, video games. I see children when I travel by train, mar diya, gira diya, mar gaya. Like, these words are so common. They're not moved by death. They're not moved by seeing blood. Or if somebody is lying on the road hurt, they will just go by and ठीक है, accident देखा था, दुख नहीं होता, दर्द नहीं होता. So effective domain is kept in the back burner. Okay. And doing
psychomotor.
साइकोमोटर के लिए तो आज तो किचन में भी काम नहीं होता, जोमेटो है, ठीक है ना. खाना भी बनाना नहीं होता, साइकोमोटर. और बस खाना भी बच्चों को तो मम्मी खिलाती है. ओके, हैंड्स ऑन एक्टिविटी का काम तो करना ही बंद हो गया ना. एवरीथिंग यू कॉल, कुछ घर में टूट जाता है तो यू विल नॉट टेक ए स्क्रू ड्राइवर एंड यू विल कॉल अर्बन क्लैप. ओके, राइट. सो because they don't do it, it's not that value of work to induce the. And in the future, what is lend hand people are sitting here, they would agree that it is the dunya aage aane wali kya hai, it's the skill. It's your skill that will count. All your mark sheet with 100% marks won't count. It is the skill which you have nurtured all through the years that will count. Okay, do you agree it or not?
Yes.
So for skill, you have to move your hands. To move your hands, you have to think, not only write. Okay, now some parents used to come to me and say, आप handwriting के ऊपर इतना जोर देते हैं, cursive लिखिए, the alphabet should be same. Anyway, our children have to type on the computer. Why do you emphasize on handwriting? Okay, they're asking, times are changing and teachers have to have answers for all these things. Right? और हम आ रहे थे 10 vocational backlist days. So 6 से हमें implement करना. What is to be done on those vocational days? NCERT में PSCCIV, there's a branch in Bhopal, a unit, and they have brought out guidelines. It's on their website. 10 backlist days में there are suggestive activities, not prescriptive. According to your state, you can develop any number of activities, but please don't utilize these 10 days to finish the bacha hua syllabus, the remaining syllabus. Okay, please don't do that. Right? So the 3 major takeaways from National Curriculum Framework for school education are this. Then you have to use enriching the ecosystem. Means it is the head teacher ka responsibility to bring all multimedia resources, make them available for you. Libraries, make enriched libraries, make them available for the teachers, okay, to use. And then curriculum transformation has taken place in a big way. That is, you have to see what are the curricular changes that have happened. Curricular changes have happened with the futuristic vision. So that has to be brought in the classroom. Merely learning a fact and reproducing it in the examination won't do. It is the information processing that has to happen. Mathematics, logical thinking, problem, then science project should also be that I have written that they should be culturally relevant, contextually relevant, and social science should also focus on conceptual understanding and interdisciplinary, how a subject is related to another subject. I put up a question before I end up. I put up a question that how can you link your subject with another subject? You all are sitting together, just talk to each other. You all must be same or different subject. How would you how would you forge linkages, find linkages and forge linkages with other subject? Right now, we do not have books of that type that they have linkages, but it is the teacher who has to find out. Okay, so how would you do that? Please discuss.
So if you have a mathematics subject, there we need arithmetic operations to teach. Whereas in the same.
I teach class 8. Okay. And I teach mathematics. The next person next to me teaches which subject? Science. So how I will find linkages between the two subjects in my class?
In physical science, linking mathematical formulas.
Chapter का example देके बताओ ना. Don't give that I will link like this to this. No, give an example and tell me. I don't understand physics. I'm not a physics person or a maths person.
Suppose some problem is there.
Mike.
Mathematics from class 8 and science. So we take the ratio, simple ratio and proportion is the chapter, wherein you can ask the child about the nutrition and what is the ratio of the food items that are there in a balanced meal. That can be given as a project to the child, wherein the child will also use some graphical representation of the food items that are involved in a balanced meal, nutrition value, and the percentages also can be found out.
Somebody from languages has to say something.
Madam, mind mapping, word mapping can be done. We can relate the English language words with the science. So we can teach with the word mapping. We can take one word and we can ask the children to link the other words with the things. So other subjects, for example.
Yes. Okay, fine. This is you have to find linkages and you have to constantly tell the children, to even find, even you can put your children to find. And the third point, which is a major takeaway from National Curriculum Framework for School Education, is reimagining learning and learners. It's going to change. It is changing. We are also changing. As teachers, we are also changing. Holistic approach, you are telling how to harp on everything. Mental health, learner development, inclusive classroom, giving space to everyone and promoting active and experiential learning, giving place to their experiences, listening to their experiences, and critical thinking, and of course, interdisciplinary learning. Now, these are the three major takeaways from the entire 672-page documents. How it has to be done, you have to go through it.
Not only, madam, not only linking with between the subjects, linking with the subject with a real life situation or a social situation is also very important.
That is actually experiential learning.
Actually, as a math
very
teacher,
important. Yes,
actually, as a math teacher, when I am telling a simple interest and compound interest, how layman farmers are losing their money of the compound interest. How they are losing, taking the
very good
money.
See, you must have seen a person who is doing construction. Rightly said, sir. Anybody who is doing construction, they do not have state of art in the villages. They only have a scale like thing and a thread hanging with a small ball at the end. And never the walls are tilted. Walls are always at 90 degrees. Thodi der mein, when they are putting, you must have seen that. They will put it and they will measure that the wall is straight or not. That is the trigonometrical principle they are applying. They have never learned it. They are not architects. They only learn by example. So that is by virtue of experience. By virtue of experience, a farmer says that it's going to rain. My grandfather used to say, whenever he used to see red ants, it's going to rain in 2 or 3 days. And it used to say, it used to rain. When suddenly the dogs, they start crying a lot, howling a lot, earthquake comes, it happens. They feel, they get the special frequencies of sound better than human beings. So people, that comes through experiential learning. So when they experience, and experiential learning does not mean taking them to a farm field or let them touch and do. There are so many simulations available. See, Experiential learning के लिए बाहर ले जाना, then people say when we ask, how can we take, madam, we do not have budget, every time we cannot take them to the farm, every time we cannot. So I ask them a question that have your children seen dinosaur?
No.
Have you ever taken them to see a dinosaur? Have your grandparents ever seen a dinosaur? Has anybody in 10 generations of yours have seen a dinosaur? Still, children remember the name of species of dinosaurs, Tyrannosaurus and the Falanasaurus and so on and so forth. And every child knows what a dinosaur is. So when you can create that thing which has not been seen by generations in front of everyone, why you cannot create those things which are now available through, sir constantly says ICT, okay, through digital devices. You could do that, right? So these are three major takeaways. I end up with two questions. I won't speak. You read. And I'll ask those people to answer. Those who haven't answered, I was not able to listen to their sweet voice throughout the session. I had given three, this thing, right? Three major.
I will give a priority to all these three, madam.
Pardon?
Think, pair and share.
What is your question, ma'am?
I am not putting any question. You can read it.
I prioritize enriching the learning ecosystem.
I thought you were using your ears till now. I thought you should start using your eyes. Open your eyes, those who were sleeping.
That's why I did not say. Nothing by nothing by. Please follow what is written on the page.
Three are very important, madam. Very important. Sharing also very important. After learning,
Your question, ma'am,
child can share.
Question is already on the board, sir.
Madam, question.
Very important to listen. It is very important to observe. And it is very important for a teacher to be know more than the students. Because why a teacher? Why the students will listen to you? When the students know that the teacher knows more than me. See, I again give you a small story. I end up with a story because you haven't. Then I will stop speaking. You will have to speak then. There were four boys. If you have read this story, please keep quiet. But if you have let others struggle with the answer, there were four boys, and these boys were studying in a. They were studying for MBA, Master of Business Administration, in a prestigious business school. And it so happened that they had an examination next day, but they went for masti ke liye chale gaye. Khai piye masti kiye, it was late, and they returned really late, and they could not study for the examination, which was scheduled to be held from 10 o'clock on the next day. So what they did, they created this thought of bahana. Bahana, you understand? Some excuse. They said, we have met with an accident. They cooked up a story. They went to the professor with a shabby look. थोड़ा शर्ट वर्ट का बटन भी तोड़ दिया, ग्रीस लगा लिया इधर उधर, and they went and they said कि sir, it so happened we were traveling, we went outside for a friend's marriage, but we were late because a car got punctured, and then we tried to do everything, we could not do anything, and car को हम धक्का लेकर आए, we were so late. So if you could please allow us to take examination some another day. So the professor was an oldie like me. So what he did was, he said, ऊपर से नीचे तक देखा, and what he said, okay, how many days do you want? So the children means the young boys, they were 4 in number. They said, fine, sir, we want 3 days. The professor said, okay, fine, I'll take your test after 4 days, 3 days. You come after 3 days. They were very happy. They went, they learned everything by heart. जैसे आप लोग करते हैं ना बच्चों को learn by heart. ठीक है? So they studied the entire semester का syllabus in 3 days. And they were very confident when they came. So the 4th day when they came, they went to the professor and they said, are you ready? Professor asked them, are you ready? Said, yes, sir. So they said together. And what happened was the professor said, okay, fine. Now whatever demand you had asked, I agreed to your demand. Now I have some 2 demands. Fine. All of you will have to sit in different rooms. Yes. All of you will give, second demand is all of you will give your cell phones to me. Ready, sir? They immediately surrendered because they were so confident. Pura syllabus jo pad liya tha na. I'm talking about our education system. Syllabus padna or syllabus khatam karna, that is our priority. Now the professor, he gave a question paper of 100 marks. He gave the question paper to both of them, of all 4 of them in different room. The first question was, what is your name? That everybody did. That carried 1 mark. And then second one was an MCQ. Which tire of the car got punctured? Front right, front left, back right, back left, with 4 options. Now, what would have happened? Why did I narrate the story to you? Because I said this was MBA ka bachcha. No, MBA mein Master of Business Administration. It is very important to plan. For any business, planning is something which is very important. They created a story. उन्होंने बताया कि वो हुआ और actually they wanted. ठीक है. They created a planning. उन्होंने शर्ट का बटन भी तोड़ लिया, ग्रीस भी लगा लिया, बाल भी वैसे कर लिया, शाबी लुक भी करके आ गए. And they all sat together and why did the professor, despite of knowing that these people are telling lies, why did he give them 3 days? Because as a teacher, it is always our responsibility to give them opportunities to learn. Assessment or evaluation is not something what you do not know. Assessment and evaluation of something is of a concept which you know, and you have to assess and evaluate how well you know. Okay. So the paper management by planning is something which is very important. They planned, but there was a loophole. Okay. And that loophole, the professors. So as teachers, the students, you will always have your students 2 steps ahead of you, but you have to be 4 steps. That is, you have to be proactive in everything, in assessment, but give them chance. It's not proving yourself that I am more experienced or I am more. It is proving them that I am a teacher and I can understand your mind very well, right? What will be the priorities out of the 3 which I have told? How many of you are the principals here? Okay. So priorities from principals.
First one, madam. First one.
One, 3, 2, she says. Here. Principals from this side. 1, 2, 3. Yes.
213.
213. Why 213?
Because if you think individually, how can they share? If they sit together, if they think, they are able to share.
asking in terms of the slide which I showed you just before that, curricular enabling environment. It's not think, pair, share, not. On the basis of the first, that is enabling and giving an enabling environment, curricular transference, curricular transformation, reimagining the learning and learners. What would be your first priority?
1, 2, 3.
Sir, huh? In these three, would you first think that the learners are totally changed today? Reimagine what they want, okay? And then make your environment ready for that. It's up to you. You are the principals. I am not a principal. How you are going to do? If you think you are able to perform better, 1, 2, 3, do it that way. If you think 3, 2, 1, you do it that way. But before brainstorm, without brainstorming, don't go for that. Had I been a principal, I would have definitely thought what my students want. What would be the job opportunities in next 5 years? What would be the opportunities for my children to appear in competitive exams in the next 5 years? I would accordingly think of the facilities, and then I would create an enabling system. Curricular transformation would take place in class, and it's an ongoing process. Every time, every day, all of us improve. Every time we improve. So it could be 3, 1, 2 for me. I don't know, it's your priorities, right? So I have a lot more to share, but I would say that I had brought a few more exercises for you, but probably the digestive exercises has to take place. I feel that all of you are hungry. So I would request you to discuss amongst yourself whenever you get time. That is, what should be the role of principal and head teacher, number 1. Number 2, what would be the suggestive micro improvement according to your situations? Number 3, how the SMCs will be of help to you. Number 4, role of government stakeholders, how other stakeholders, other ministry people, other department people can pitch in for help. What would be the role of parents, and what would be the major indicators of beneficiary satisfaction? Beneficiary satisfaction, who are the beneficiaries? On the first hand, the students, then their parents, then their community. Okay. Yes, this is the last, sir. And then thank you.
సార్ ఏమన్నా టోకెన్ ఇస్తున్నారా డైరెక్ట్ వెళ్ళిపోవాలా?
టోకన్స్ ఏం లేవండి. పోస్టింగ్ అండి, మనం బ్రేక్ఫాస్ట్ చేసాను చూడండి అక్కడే ఫస్ట్ ఫ్లోర్ లో పోస్టింగ్. ఓకే
2 o'clock or 2:15 sharp.
मैडम करिकुलम तो गवर्नमेंट डिसाइड कराएंगे तो afternoon.
Good afternoon, all of you. I request all the participants come into the hall. I request all the participants to come to the hall. And మరొకసారి మీకు ఒకసారి మీ అటెండెన్స్ దాంట్లో మీ పేర్లు మీ డిజిగ్నేషన్ అండ్ వర్కింగ్ ప్లేస్ మీరు వెరిఫై చేసుకుంటే సర్టిఫికేట్ మీరు స్టార్ట్ చేస్తారు ఐటమ్. మళ్ళీ ఒకసారి తప్పైన తర్వాత అంటే మళ్ళీ మాకు కొంచెం ఇబ్బంది అవుతుంది. ఎన్ష్యూర్ దట్ మీరు రాసింది ఏదైతే ఉందో అది కరెక్ట్ గా ఉందా లేదా ఒకసారి చెక్ చేసుకోండి ప్లీజ్. ఆల్ ది స్టేట్ కోఆర్డినేటర్స్ అందరూ కూడా కొంచెం బయట ఉన్న వాళ్ళని లోపల తీసుకురావని చెప్పాలి. ప్రశాంత్ గారు. I am, sir. Good afternoon to all. I am grateful to invite Dr. Ashok, sir. Please carry on and take a session. Thank you, sir. Welcome.
వేరే విధంగా చేసాను. So dear friends, in green school concept we are having green school in the PMSHRI. Not green school, only green, green school. Yes. Okay. Okay.
Let's open this one. This one. Thank you. Yes. Good afternoon, everybody. Respected Ramesh sir from state officials, respected Dr. Rajiv, other officials from both Telangana and Andhra Pradesh, other distinguished leaders and representatives from schools and UNICEF. I'm representing NCERT on this matter, that is PM Schools for Rising India. Already a lesson has been dedicated, a session has been dedicated to that by Professor Sheena, Professor Saras Sheena, madam. I would not be going so much details because of I mean some reasons, time constraint, but then yes, I would be again re-emphasizing, reminding you on certain essential aspects of this ambitious scheme that we have set in India. We are, in a very anxiously claiming that yes, we are sitting at a stage in the beginning of 21st century, but yes, we have already traveled quarter half of the 21st century. So in parallel, if you look at in the very beginning of 21st century, we came out with an idea of NCF 2005. It's really opened up our eyes from a practice we had in our schools education particularly. But after that, after this, coming of this, 2005 NCF, we could see a change in our school practices. So without, losing more time again, we did engage in exercise in terms of making assessment of our ground realities in terms of the needs and aspirations of peoples and the generations of this 21st century. And we came out with another National Education Policy 2020, of course, after a substantial gap of around, let's say, 25, 30 years. And in parallel to that, we came out with the idea of this NCF, National Curriculum Framework for Foundational Stage, and another is for School Education 2023. And to showcase a kind of start, we proposed, without again losing much time, we proposed this PMSHRI scheme, which again was loaded with so much of ambition and aspirations. Is really, we are hopeful to achieve it by the in coming or in near future. Please, we'll be proving ourselves. How do we put our efforts in let's say 4 to 5 years by the end of 2027. So I'll be going to some of the components of this PMSHRI schools, no doubt, but then for this ambitious scheme. But prior to that, I would like to again express my concerns before all you distinguished leaders at the ground level who are really taking pains and difficulties and would be again loaded with challenges with this new initiative. So as we set with this 21st century, as also I told you that we have already consumed, we're traveling a quarter of this century. You all understand, it's not new to all of us that yes, we're given with different time, different situations around us. So as we need to also prepare our people to face those challenges in a more efficient, in a more comfortable manner. So that is why we again, we thought of bringing them, model schools. Although there are, I would say, islands of schools we are far excellence than the model we are proposing today in India. But at least, so far as the state initiatives concerned, we have the history of Navodaya Vidyalayas and then KBs. And of course, at the regional level, we do have schools which are exemplars in their nature of functioning. But then, at this juncture, in the approaching in the second quarter of the 21st century, that yes, we need to take very proactive initiative in the field of school education, and that has been proposed by our government of India. So undoubtedly, it's a high time that yes, we cannot surrender to the challenges around us, both at the regional level, at the national level, or at the international level. So what do we do? What we could do is that we could prepare at the very bottom level. So yes, we do have a part-time lunch in the name of the foundation of school education, no doubt. But like if we go with this idea of this proposed Prime Minister's School for Rising India, then definitely would be excelling in terms of leading the country as well as at the international level in terms of building up a knowledge society and the society based on the knowledge and skills. So that we start from the schools itself. And I would submit here is that what I would like to submit here is that yes, this is something challenging for us at the ground level, but if you accept this challenge and you would work with the designated authorities without hesitation, without this kind of dereliction from your own responsibilities and duties, then definitely there will be change at the ground level. So that is my belief and my submission as well. So let's not underestimate the challenge. Let's, or rather, keep avoiding or keep away from the challenge, rather accept it, own it, put your efforts, maximum efforts, whatever you can do. And what is more important in that is that the demand of, or the before the fact that the idea of team spirit and collaboration. Like if you work in team or work with team and work in collaboration, nothing is impossible. So, like as I told you, all your distinguished leaders at the ground level, you have all long experience of working there. So, what would be the magic in that is that, again, revisiting the policy, national education policy, revisiting the proposed curriculums, suggestive curriculums, whether at the for the main for foundational stage or for the school education, and accordingly, let's start working. So, although I have a very long, long slides containing so many PowerPoints, I would be restricting to outlines only here. See, as from the beginning, I told that PMSHRI scheme is built on, rather based on the ambitious National Education Policy 2020. In terms of the kind of curriculum we are looking for, the kind of transformation we are looking for in the name of pedagogy, in the name of assessment, in the name of bringing out infrastructural arrangement, in the name of human resource management and leadership there, in the name of the kind of ecosystem we are looking for within the school education system, in the name of management, administration and governance, management and governance. We are looking for, all we are looking for satisfaction of the stakeholders. So this idea of PMSHRI schools has been totally in a way crafted, keeping the NP 2020 in mind, right? And if you look at the consecutive development in the name of National Curriculum Framework for Foundational Stage and School Education 22 and 23 respectively, this is not something we have got fortnightly, as I told you, right? If you refer to this NCF for foundational stage, it is based on cutting edge research within the country as well as outside country undertaken. So what is that cutting edge research? Appeals us to that, yes. Once upon a time, there are different statistics saying that, yes, 85% of brain developments that could take place at the end of, let's say, 6 years. So there is no absolute, of course, level, but then yes, that is true that development of brains takes place at the early stage of the child at a very rapid level. That is true, a very rapid pace. And looking at that, the importance in the sense the development of child as well as the development of society as a whole. No, therefore, researchers, even the economics as well as economics and brain scientists, they propose that to invest as much as you can at this stage of education, that is early stage education, let's say 3 to 6, that is preschools at the level of foundational stage. So now it is up to 3 to 8. It is we cover within the new structure of education, that is NEP 2020. That is 3 to 8. Right, 3 is meant for the foundational education, and another 2 years for that is preschool. Again, that is part of the first foundational stage of education. So both scientists, social scientists as well as the neuroscientists, they propose to invest as much as we can do. Investment not in terms of simply money, but in terms of the other sources, your time, your valuable time, your valuable human capital, social capital, if you could, spend there, if you can engage there. So maximum development of brains can be taken place, and then that it has a very ripple effect in the entire life of the child, as well as that is reflected in our society and country as a whole. That is what the cutting edge research suggests us. And coming to the NCF for school education 2023, which again, as I told you that from the beginning, that today quality we claim, or the status of equity we claim, probably there is a very wide range of unevenness in that. And helplessly at this stage, we are again setting ourselves to let us do something so that we can at least at an unexpected level we can achieve this target of quality and equitable education for our children. So somewhere this NCF 2023 is again driving us with a lot of inputs, with a lot of inputs in the sense of the kind of proposition it has in the name of curricular transformation and thereby pedagogical transformations and the kind of necessary organization of the other support systems should be at our disposals. It is very much clear about all those necessary conditions that we must ensure at the ground level. Whether it is a matter of, I repeat, whether it's a matter of development of infrastructures, whether it is a matter of developing and sustaining the kind of ecosystem we look for, thereby we maintain, rather we restore wherever it is there, the quality and equitable education. I mean, looking at the current situations. So the NCF very time and again, if you go through these long documents, they are again and again you'd be bound with the kind of that matters that we need to take seriously then putting this scheme into practice, that is what we call ambitious scheme like this PMSHRI schools. The last outline of my submission is that, as already I have told you that from the beginning, that yes, this PMSHRI scheme is built on, as I told you, on 6 pillars. Yes, there can be miracle if we are guided with the given guidelines or given suggestions by NCERT through this NCF, then definitely there would be change. I would say there would be miracle change in this school particularly, and definitely they are going to be exemplars context for the rest of the schools in their respective vicinity. Because of I've already told you that we have some time constraint because of some kind of rearrangement in our movements from Delhi to here. But then I may be excused for that. That should not happen. Anyway, I can take some of your questions, queries, your observations, your concerns. You are most welcome. And after that, I would be coordinating team has scheduled to invite Dr. Ram to deliberate on some new subject area. So you're requested to place your questions, your queries, your observation to me. Thank you very much.
Sir, is there any age reference for this national curriculum framework, sir, for stage 1, stage 2, stage 3 children?
Sorry, I didn't get your questions. What are you, sir?
Age requirement is there, sir?
So that I can interact. Yes, sir, please.
Any age requirement is there, sir, for this under NCF curriculum? for children to admit in the schools?
Yes, sir, it is like from 3 onwards. I mean, 3 years onwards. Let's see, one can, yes, go for this foundational stages. One can approach for foundational education, sir.
But nowadays children are completing early education, sir. At 2.5 only they are entering in the school. They are completing preschool early and coming to the high schools. By that time they reach 10th, they are not crossing even 14 years of age.
Yeah. So this time we have already that a kind of guideline as well as order. I think at least in Kendriya Vidyalayas and other in Kendriya Vidyalayas there is a condition that after 6 years only, at the completion of 6 year or at the age of 6 year, one can go for admission in standard 1. So that condition is there, sir.
Yes, sir. I have a case. Sir, usually our government guided us to admit the children to the first class right after the completion of the 5th year.
Sir.
5th year.
Sir.
But according to the NCF, it is given as 6 years.
6 years. Sure.
Yeah. So we are so much ambiguous.
Yes, that's what
finally our government has guided us to admit the children by the completion of 5 years of age.
There should be some collaboration, there should be some coordination. No, that is probably that is happening because we are at the time of transition. We are moving from a different stage to different altogether a new stage. I mean, on the onset of this new policy as well as this NCFs, which are research based. So, sir, I would be, I'm expecting that in coming times, there would be some uniformity, some condition which must be respecting across the regions in our country. So. Yeah. Any concerns? Please, you're welcome. Anyway, Ram sir, should I, on behalf of the host, should I invite you to continue with session? Let them come. It's done. So, thank you very much once again for patiently listening for a few minutes to me. Thank you so much. If you wish, you can take these slides from our coordinating team. Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Just a second.
So done. Good afternoon again. Yeah, sir, that scan things we'll try with that. We start poll questions now. That one you have that, or we can show here only. Here, but that will take some time. Okay, we can display here from here only. They can take the scan copy, or you have a. You can also send to their group also. Maybe. They will take. Okay. ठीक है. Yeah, good afternoon again.
Yeah, because this session is going to be like you have to be little alert with me also. I'm very thankful that Madam from NCRT already we had a very like interactive session. I would rather say we also introspect where we are and where we want to be. And in that line, it's an extension to that overall, say, the vision of the PMSHRI schools, the exemplary schools. Those will set the standard benchmark for other school. So from that perspective of earlier session, I will take this forward to cover this aspect you are very familiar with. So now it's nothing new about it. But there are certain strategies and we have to look into where we are, where we want to be by 2027. That's what the PMSHRI school is there. So believe me, we are also learning along with you, but at the same time, we have a common vision. So rest all things apart, we'll try to focus on the areas which we want to cover. And because you have a big responsibility after that, right? So I will like wish that we take maximum from each other and then we also deliver to those, especially those children who are looking for us, right? So that's our responsibility and do our honesty to that responsibility. That's one thing. So this session is about green and the Swachh school. Was that vision anyone could come across in the PMSHRI guideline? Could you see that? Any response, sir? Just one response. Time is not there, but please, you want to say something. What is our vision of the clean and green school within PMSHRI schools, sir? To maintain the high cleanliness in the surroundings, greenery in the schools, campuses, and also arranging dustbins biodegradable and non-degradable, and children to actively throw the wastage into that one, arrange this is
you touched upon
in the school campuses, and also kitchen garden setup.
So these are the component, some of the components which we quote unquote envisage that toilets friendly to the children's. There are many other areas, gardens are set for gender concerns. We have to have some adaptation. But is that all is the green and the clean? Or these are just a component?
Could be green. No.
That's, yeah. That is where we want to lead that behavior.
Awareness of climate change.
Yeah, sir, very right. So with all that insight, we have a goal to ensure that each child is safe, secured, have a good environment which is friendly for learning, so that they take maximum of what they get in the schools and they also deliver that to their own life, throughout the life, family and the community. So with that all vision, we are taking up this session. Now we start with some quick things. So this is what we together are going to cover with you. So there would be some kind of responses from your side. We can start with, there will be a kind of initial poll to understand where we do stand for this reason. The second would be why there is a need. See, unless there would be need, I will not be motivated to do anything unless I feel it. So let's hear from each other. Is there a need for clean and green school, or is there once it is a need?
Definitely it is a need, sir.
Thank you very much, sir. There is a kind of realization, recognition that there is a need. Let's do something about it. So these priorities are not within PMSHRI itself, but they are across the world.
And moreover, in our national policies, they are already reflecting. So let's touch upon those areas within a short session of 1 hour, right? Try to do justice with this. So green and clean schools, what are the existing government policies जो पहले से थी, which were there earlier with us, nothing new about it, but let's go into those things. That's those areas.
National Green Corp.
Thank you very much, sir. That's one very critical, important part. We'll come to that. Hopefully, we don't have that much time today, maybe next time, but you will take it at your level while you will be like taking up the sessions later with the teachers or in your jurisdiction. We try to see the thing, can we do something strategic? Because we have to achieve within a time frame. You know, time is sometimes is one of the critical constraints we have in the PMSHRI schools. So we have to be exemplar, but we have to be exemplar within a time frame. So with that thing, something need to be very strategically done. So things are done, not only done, they sustain. Without me. So that's the thing, then only it sustain. If that works with me, that is not a sustenance. So keeping that thing in idea, sorry. Yeah. Yeah, please, please. Oh, sir. Okay, yeah. Sure. Thank you.
Yeah, sorry for the inconvenience and sorry for the disturbance, sir. Actually, they have flight for at 5 p.m. and morning. Professor Sarah Sinha ma'am took a 7 session for us, and she's leaving to the Delhi, and all the way she came from the NCRT to motivate us. Now I request our course director JD sir and our PC Sampath Rao to felicitate the Sinha ma'am.
Principal, please.
Any representative from the lady representative from the any principal? Yeah, you please come on, ma'am. Now I request our Malesh, where are you? Yeah. Yeah, please give around a big round of applause to our guests all the way from the NCRT. Madam, thank you very much for extending our gratitudes behalf of our SSA. Now I request one more speaker. Dr. Ashok Dansana, Associate Professor from the NCRT New Delhi. He delivered a lecture on PMSHRI. Now I request our course director, Raju sir and Sampath sir to felicitate our Ashok sir. గట్టిగా చప్పట్లతో మనం అభినందనలు తెలియజేద్దామండి. Congrats sir.
Whenever you connect any online meetings, please interact.
Thank you very much, Sinha ma'am and Ashok sir. Already we came from Delhi to motivate our participant. Thank you very much.
And we hope to see Andhra Pradesh and Telangana school, PMSHRI schools, the best ones in the country.
Okay, madam, we will normally like the post stories.
Sorry, please you may continue. Sorry for the interruption, please.
So after break, welcome again. So let's go straight to the point because of the time constraint. See, we have a whole round. It's just for a self-assessment for me and for you also, where we do stand in terms of some of the critical information. We'll build on this the next session. So you can just scan it. You have a scanner, you know how to scan and get the link. It is there also. We'll take just 10 minutes to do this and do it very quickly. Honestly, there is nothing like, so it is for us to get a self-assessment on few questions. There you have to just tick A, B, C, D kind of things, right? And I guess you will be doing the similar exercise in your training programs too. It's not working? Or anyone, it did work? You got the link? Any of you got the link? Got it. Yeah, you are getting, if one is getting, everyone will be getting. That's what my worry is about. So Kasinaji is my colleague, he may also support you. Kasinaji. Yeah, he is from this place only, so maybe local language, he can also coordinate. Yeah. He is from the UNICEF Hyderabad field office. Later on, you may be in touch through Samagra Shiksha. Yeah. Yeah, what you QR code? So this you can continue, right? Fine. It is. Yeah, it's working when you go closer. So if you got it, take a photo, share with the nearby person, nearby officials. Won't take more than 5 minutes. Just quickly fill it up. There is no wrong, right. It's a self-assessment, then we'll proceed.
Ma'am,
Sir,
camera
just 5 minutes it will take.
Camera open చేయండి స్కానర్ మధ్యలో పెట్టండి మ్యామ్.
Yeah. If someone would have completed, please let me know also. And also share with your nearby colleague, because we want to make it a mix of different approaches, because you will be using similar approaches in your further trainings also. So you may also share the link to your colleague also, nearby colleague, if you get the link. It will be Google Scanner. Because madam said at the last minute, last meeting I had a digital transformation, now we can like start with ourselves. So Google Scanner can give you a link. And no worry if you haven't done it, leave it. We'll proceed with that. I think maximum of you have got it. It seems like, except few. क्यों काशीना जी? या यहीं से यहाँ पे आ जाए. You can tell. किसी को कुछ रह गए? Did they respond? Yeah, no. कोई रह तो नहीं गया ना, ऐसा पूछ लो अपने उसमें.
ఇంకెవరికైనా రావాలంటే ఎందుకు వచ్చేసిందా? స్కానింగ్ అయిందా?
Send to the nearby person also.
మీకు ఒకవేళ
చేసాము.
వాళ్ళకి షేర్ చేసేసుకోండి.
గ్రూప్ లో పెట్టారు సార్ చూడండి.
The link is shared in your group, sir. No need to scan.
I think you are enjoying it. Very serious. Don't be so serious. It is just for you to think over a few things and to get a kind of like how we engage the next level trainers. Once you go back to your working place, so you can devise some mechanism, what kind of understanding you want to like have an idea, and then we can proceed. So it's good that everyone has got it, and there are many who have already done it, I think. So whosoever has done it, can you raise the hand? Good. Now we are coming to the any question, any confusion, let us know. Any confusion on any question, let us know.
We will Google it, sir.
So let me come directly to the thing. We have 5 responses so far. So responses are coming up. 5. Yeah. You got T is fine. Okay, till then I can continue. Maybe within 2-3 minutes they will finish it, and then we'll proceed to the next slide. 7 out of 95 we are like we are waiting, and there is nothing good or right wrong kind of things. It's a kind of self quick assessment. Whosoever done it, I am really appreciating. Pardon me because for me it is like Hindi or English. Telugu I can write. So that is one constraint with me. So English I think would work. Yeah, thank you. Yeah. Now we are like doing it very fast, 15. If in some question you have to guess, please guess and proceed. That's the right way. Because we had also constraint with the time. So we want to keep it like little bit like, and it's more about the vision today. Nothing kind of like it's a jointly we are working on something. Had we had some more time, so we could have seen some of the videos also. But just today it is a focused. So we continue with this. No, let's wait. I think it will be quickly done. 25 very fast now. So best thing is guess or whatever you think is the best option. Sometimes many options would like to be right. So you have to like think over a little bit. But this is how it is. 3. I was earlier thinking, should we start with this or not? Because sometimes it takes time, but it's not taking that much time. Once you are go through this tick, and then finish, submit. That is what it is. So should we proceed with the session? You can continue with that. Should we proceed? Because of the interest of time. Right? Rest of the people, please start with that. We'll come back to this. Sure. I'm continuing with the session then. So far 40 to 50% almost we reach. We want to go to 100%. And we'll show you the result. We will show you the right answer also. We'll also tell the right things. And you can adopt similar approaches in your workshop also. Sometimes to engage your kind of like the trainees to whom you are like further.
Sir, interruption causes inconvenience. Please give sometimes.
Okay. Sure. You want to get some time? Please do. So should we proceed to the PPT? Let you have your own time. So now this is the first part of the session. Little more time. Let's them continue. Please continue, sir. Whosoever want to take more time, please continue. We'll come back in another 5-10 minutes. We are proceeding with this. Sure. Continue. Thank you.
Continue, sir.
Now here onwards, I will ask my friend to come this place. I would be there. It's just you have to just proceed. So mic is not there, so I have to be standing here. Okay. So sure. Is there a mic working? Then fine. Need for green and Swachh school. Let's try to figure it out. Hello. आप यहाँ से इसको change करते रहना. Now I am coming to you, and we jointly learn it. We want to know about the need of green and clean school. If I am convinced, my job is done. Half of the job is done. So let's go to the next slide quickly. See, there are 3 goals which relates to this. And as a resource person, as said in the last session, we should know all the goals. 17 goals. We should have an idea where the world want to go by 2030, isn't it? That is jointly agreed by countries, senior people, and mutually, like they are like agreed that we'll achieve by 2030 this thing. And what PMSHRI is a response to the global priorities, isn't it? So these are the 3 goals. That's the only point I want to make it here. With a request, if you go to the website, you will find particular indicators which relates to my schools in terms of water, in terms of sanitation, right, sir? And in terms of global citizenship. Now the children is a global citizen with the digital era, right? And all those pedagogical aspects which talks about what teaching process should be all about. But beyond that, how community can be engaged, and other part is the student, learning process, even the assessment, even the assessment part beyond classroom or the academic teaching. We have to little out transactional pedagogy and approaches we have to be. The global challenges, right? So that is why this should be a master thing for you. So the PMSHRI addresses all these global challenges and these other related goals. Maybe next please. See, we have 2 earlier documents. One is RT, Right to Education, which already recognize is safe and secured water, adequate, safe, surakshit, paryapt pani is a right. There is no if and but. It is the right of the children, and we are the one who are facilitating that right on behalf of the government. So that is how this whole of the RT already recognized there is a need of clean school environment, safe drinking water, toilet gender segregated, boundary wall for protection, isn't it? Access. The access is a barrier free. It's a big thing in itself. How you visualize that is very important. How you make that visualize to the others to whom you will be giving the trainings. That means already RT recognize the importance of a clean environment. The second part is national education policies, which now want children to be out of the pollution also. So now the problems of the societies, how those can be addressed as a citizen. Just not about the right, it's about the fundamental duties about. So this is how anything has shifted the concern. Now the next generation has to be the part of the solution. Why? That we need to jointly understand. If I am convinced, the things they will be changing in the field. Next session, next please. See, I am not having that much time to liberty to go each and every point. A few minutes to cover. 50% of the nutrition, malnutrition. 50% of the malnutrition in the under 5 children is caused by water sanitation and hygiene. And there will be any big evidence for doing this. Because if the children would be healthy without malnutrition, then only they can
they can attain the full potential of the education. So that is how everything is very important. 40 to 45%. How is there? How it is talked about? 42-47% of the diarrhea risk again can be influenced by a single activities if that is done meticulously, that is hand washing with soap, but at certain time interval, certain process, certain thing, even the respiratory infection can be reduced by 16%. These are few figures. There are many things. Now, with the global problem of climate change, we are coming about the fluoride problem in the water. It will be in some part of the state. And children, they are the most vulnerable people. Now, we have to think about. So these are the challenges, unless we know the challenges. So how do we address that? What are the solution? So there are lots of evidences. We can bring a lot more. So we need a school which is having full education potential. That is right. Right? Everyone is convinced with this idea? You buy that idea? Thank you so much. Next session. Now we come to the another side of it, which is we're talking about the green. Why green? Because now there are certain challenges coming up with the new generation, and some of the challenges are first one. The children of today will face many more time this climate change impact than their grandparents. And the study says 7 times heat waves are new. Yes, 3.6 times the new generation will face. 0.8 times the grandparents, the spread. So now each new generation would be facing these much more we faced or our ancestors faced. Now that is why they need to be more for that. So that is why people is focusing on these global citizenship and those aspects which in a certain process we can build within the education system. That is what psychological immature metabolism and exposure. These are the new things because as children grow up, they develop these skills. At the same time, you know what's happening? They are uniquely more susceptible. Because we know we can address. They don't know. They are just coming up with those challenges like so in that case, children are uniquely susceptible to adverse effect of warming planet. Am I right? You understand this challenge is coming up? Everybody? Right? No, you're convinced with this, fine.
Yes.
The third one is that is a WHO finding, World Health Organization finding 1 in every 4 children is right affected or sorry. We can avoid 1 death out of 4 children only because of the environmental challenges. If we protect our environment, we can avoid 1 out of 4 children's death and 5. Do we require any more evidence than this? For doing the environment. Should be making the for the new generation. So it's my responsibility also. The next one comes. There are a lot many figures. I restricted to 3-4 only. Just to touch upon a few areas. Next, please. See, water-related hazards, water security, food system, mental health, mortality. There is an international committee, intergovernance committee, and this is an official committee which is leading this address to the global challenges of climate change. They have IPCC ANC 6 report 2023, 22, sorry, and we have a download link.
as I will share with you. It is saying the next generation, if some kind of challenge comes due to climate change, the children, person, and some certain sets of people who are more vulnerable. More vulnerable means not only the infrastructure and support, their own capacity of those challenges also support them. And that capacity of education system, having it is looking on this, and the goal number 13 climate action actually seeking that result from the education. So that is the challenge where we are standing now. आज हम यहाँ पर खड़े हैं इस प्रॉब्लम पे खड़े हैं प्लीज मोटिलिटी भी है इसका कई सारा चैलेंजेस है देख लेते हैं वर्ल्ड का क्या स्थिति है देखिए वी ऑलरेडी रेंज टू 1.1 डिग्री सेंटीग्रेड बिफोर दिस लाइक we say industrial alarm. So you know 1.1 degree centigrade in last 150 plus year. Now there is another recent report. These are reports. So I have limited with only few. It could have been limited few pages also. But the thing is, there is a report from Germany which says India is the seventh most affected countries. The third one is India is the third most polluted country globally, and because WHO says 1.24 million deaths in India in 2017, that means 12.5% of total deaths which were attributed to pollution. And it's something like WHO certify or maybe kind of recognize these challenges. And the report from Ministry of Earth Science 2023 latest, yeah, okay, just with this point. 2023 latest says there might be a situation where the air temperature by the end of the century might rise to 4.4 degrees centigrade. But imagine what will happen in that time. So we are coming to those kind of projection now. With that need, we will now come next to the PMSHRI domain points which are being like touched upon in PMSHRI schools, specific activities, right? Then we'll touch on. So it is a time for sir. So you are all like requested to join the team. So sir, कब आना है वापस तो बता देंगे.
Thank you, sir. This session will continue after tea break. Now 15 minutes for tea break. Before that, just one announcement for, we have created 3 groups for skills on wheels. 3 groups, group 1, group 2, group 3. Already have sent soft copy to your concerned groups, AP in Telangana. Please observe and see. First 1 to 15 of Telangana, 1 to 15 of Andhra Pradesh. Totally 30 persons is first group. Yes, you observe that. You please attend after 5 to 6 of completing of the session. 5 to 6 is the before the in front of our building. Skills on wheels is some practical session. Okay. One thing I want to one announcement also there. Who do not have dinner today? Please hand your raise. Please raise your hands. Dinner ఎవరికి వద్దు ఈరోజు. ఎంతమందికి వద్దు డిన్నర్? అంటే మీరు ఇక్కడ రెసిడెన్స్ గా ఉంటున్నారా? గంటల రూమ్ లో ఉండట్లేదా? రూమ్స్ తీసుకున్నారండి మీరు? డిన్నర్ అవసరం లేదా? ఒకసారి హ్యాండ్స్ రేజ్ చేయండి ఎవరెవరో. 1, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay. Thank you, Andy. Thank you very much. Please come back after 15 minutes. Okay.
So in the interest of time, let's start. Nobody will miss anything because this is something which we know, but we are just refreshing it for our purpose. So I would rather, yeah, so okay, that's good. Duplicate working? Yeah, working. Fine. Yeah, this will go na. Let's start. People will join. They won't miss anything. They won't miss anything because we know it. But I want you all to be master of this because, you know, it starts with me. Always start with you. So whenever you will be giving the next round of trainings, you might have to explore a few more things. And I would be like in other states sometimes. I will get little more. I will do this. Because even the climate change, we are not able to like do something about it. Interestingly, across the world, things are not that rosy. We are just talking about it. So, let's try to be honest and be like to the extent feasible. So, climate change, what is this? This is a long-term change. This is a long-term change in what? In what? Definitely. And that should be like in your like heart. What is climate change? Let each of our children should know that that is their right to know, to tell them. And if that happens, we succeeded. They are equally as much as we can take up some action. So understanding the right definition for me, for your trainers, for the children, that is my test. Have we been successful or not to transmit those things to the person who has the right to know that? So that is where our responsibility comes. So the point we want to make from 1800 century onwards, industrial revolution, so many developments, the modernization, the commercial aspect of it, the consumerism, all those things. Each children should know that where it is leading to us is burning of fossil fuels, oils, all those finite resources, which are the main drivers, for the climate change. And that is the simplest things. I think each of the teachers should be equally aware about all aspects of the climate change. That's it. So first basic thing I would request to you, speak whatever you can. There are a lot many materials across world in this field. So know climate change and tell about it to others. Let them know also. Environment sustainability we're talking about. What is this? Why it is? It is about conserving what? You can read out. Conserving natural resources which are finite in a way that is sustaining. What is sustainability? Yeah.
Sustainability is a long-term action that we take in order to maintain it and then try to develop the situation and revert it.
Yeah.
Same thing, sir. Meeting the needs of the present generation without compromising the future needs.
Rightly, we do use those resources in a way that the future generation is also able to meet their demand on a sustainable basis. Is if that happening, that is what is the sustainability, and that is where we are leading our children through this approach which we are talking about. So not only climate change, but we have to be develop a system which is sustaining the environment, protecting the environment, and the definitions are always available with us. You have to be 100% right on the definition because you are, we are the telling this thing to the needy persons. Next, please. See, we talked one of the question, what is was? So everybody got the right answer. So how many you think that you have answered the right thing? Almost 50-60%. I am thankful to you. We want it 100%. Right? This means, and it is an internationally defined terminology. Swachh Bharat, Swachh Vidyalaya. Nothing, no change between these two. Terminology change focus is there. So water, sanitation and hygiene in school, even the waste management. The change in children. Maintenance of these facilities. If that is happening, you are living right with the and sustainable and environment for the students. So that is why this strategy for me is the same. But let the children also know. Let you have to act on this. That is what my responsibility is. Next, please. So the first part is done. To convince with the need, स्वच्छ विद्यालय का जरूरत है और ग्रीन स्कूल का जरूरत है because we are facing an extraordinary challenge of our existence in the world. There are many countries who are at the verge of now will the remember in next 50 years if temperature would rise like that. That is the like point where we have at certain place we will have a point of no return. We are talking about those kind of challenges now across the world. So that is why the responsibility is very high. Next, please. Now here, talking about everything, not that possible, but I will just touch upon some of the areas. The aims of the aims we already discussed, but I highlighted it with the blue colors. You can read and I can proceed from this slide. You know most of the things. But for green school, I want to highlight incorporating in kind of aspects. So we need to focus on energy efficient use. So energy efficiency will be one of the focused area. One, the LED lighting use, it's also supportive energy efficiency. So you have to at certain point put the things to make it more easy for your audience. We talk about the nutrition garden. We talk about the farming, natural farming. We talk about the real situation. Harvesting, conservation, plastic-free school, waste management, studying of traditional practices. See, we have many traditional practices in our areas, which we should acknowledge. Our children should acknowledge. We should not lose those knowledge of our tradition. That is why I think one of the areas, some of the states are taking up with the biodiversity registers. Assam has taken it up. But there are many other states which are, we have also talked about biodiversity register in PMSHRI. If you have read it, so we are not going to that also.
Okay. Now we're talking about the 21st century skills, contribution of citizen, natural, equitable resources, student learning environment. See, water, sanitation, hygiene in school is giving you the existing platform to make everything interactive within the schools. So this is one of the ready opportunity to translate the anything on the engagement of the children. So we are talking about a mechanism, a mechanism which engages our stakeholders of this dream of a clean green aspect of anything, you know, the objective. Next session, next slide, please. So now very specific things before you. I have brought it at one place, but once you read it, you'll get it there also. See, integrating various as part of curriculum foundation, not only subject specific skills, certain skills are required by each and every student. Which are those? Anyone can respond? Anyone want to respond? Which are the skills that goes beyond the subject? Every children should know. Can anybody tell anyone? Yes, there are certain skills which are required by all.
Responsibility to build a global society without any.
That is the point we are coming up. Okay, now environment education is certain which every children should have awareness on environment. Aesthetics, sense of aesthetics. Keeping all being nature friendly.
They should know the eco-friendly ways.
So, you know, these are the skills which will go with all children leaving the subject specific skills aside. The challenges of our era and how to address those will be throughout the citizenship, the fundamental duties, all those are coming up. In this part of the pedagogy, first, like kind of of the PMSHRI. So the second one is integrating environment education. What is there? The organic lifestyle. And what gives you the opportunity in the schools? The kitchen, garden, its planning, its design, its maintenance, engage children, make them close to nature. It starts from the foundation stage. Am I right or wrong? They understand we have nature is the nature. Children also, small children. So how do we engage them at different stages, be it foundation, be it primary, be it upper primary, be it secondary? And the reason is called age appropriate environment education, because at certain stages, these children interact with the environment. At certain stages, they become part of the solution and get into the like how to solve this. So those age appropriate things are reflected in 2023 NCF. And just if anyone would have gone through that, they realize how pedagogy project at each stage, foundation, another stage, these learning will be instilled. If they are instilled from the foundation, they will sustain for long in their life. We need not to do much effort at the later stage. That's the beauty of it. We realize the age appropriate environment education. If that's going to happen, the system will be functioning again. Because we need something. Because they have valued that responsibility, right? So that is how the environment education need to be integrated within the education system across. So you can have it through mathematics, through different approaches, but you know it better how to like, we can promote those things. So I'm not going to much of the things. You just, in most of my slide, I request you go to the standards. Down is the second part would be the standards. I'm not going each and every point. You just see and feel that they have already and you've been given the printout and everything. So that will take time also. So I'm skipping a few things. Lives. So go back to just one point. I want to just go back one slide. Oh, sir, back. Oh, no. Oh, yeah. See, there is something called lifestyle for environment 1.2. So, any of you can tell how many individual can come. So, common action point are there in the life, mission life. I want to hear the response from all of you. Any of you. You know mission life? How many of us know mission life? Can you raise the hand? My God. See, this is what we like to know. This being in now, we're talking about teaching universal integrating lifestyle for environment, which was the Indian movement for the growth after the climate change. 2022. We are the leaders of this across the world. So now we need to know individual responsibility of the climate action that I can take at least for my level, not regarding resources. At least I'm doing that thing. So to be satisfied with that only, what kind of things if you instill in your student, and the collective responsibility would come up, and we can identify which are those collective responsibilities which will make our students the citizen of tomorrow. They learn many skills. So we can go to the next slide. See, now we come to the domain to which you know mostly is the infrastructure part. I'm going to many details. I just request you to just see the words. If anybody wants anything from my side, then skill is there. We need to start. Well, what kind of structures we want to develop to raise the green quality infrastructure for education? As that need establishment was done, or if that has been done, resources are optimally utilized or judicially utilized to reach out our objective, to cover our objective. PMSHRI, that question you need to ask yourself, or the principals who are there in the schools or their community should ask themselves these questions. You should yes between them bring this aspect there. We are talking about the convergence, much of this. We have enough funds available across different schemes. We know about that. That's the first question for me. If I know, I can like grab those opportunities through my ground culture, through the other local bodies. Judge Mission can support us. The 15 finance can support it. But how I am prepared to take that is the question with our schools. So the way you can prepare your trainings to grab those opportunities would be your approach. Maybe that would help us. There is an approach which is called BLA. And if you can tell me what this stands for, BLA. So how many spots are we getting? One has 3-4 Okay, sorry. So that is one approach which utilizes this program, which utilizes input. You can utilize anything in this hall, maybe in school company for learning and children's and learn from our nature to school. So that kind of learning sometimes is by stability stimulating for the children, which you really want to inculcate within them. So if we really learn balance, your teacher's job will be reduced. Learn themselves. That's the beauty of it. So sometimes you go into deep of this, we have every information building can be utilized as learning at each floor space opportunity, even glass window. Where children learn 1, 2, 3, counting days, anything. So there are many things. Child safety is one thing. How many things know the school should have a school safety plan, a school disaster management plan? Anyone of you have seen it? That is my question. There are students, if you know you know, this clean and green will automatically, the resilience will automatically come. So my response to you, my sincere kind of request to you would be, see how these disaster plans are capturing the local school, the challenges of climate change, how those been addressed in this disaster management plan already. So structures, how functional those structures are there is much important. And if you do that, that's what the PMSHRI is asking for. PMSHRI यही तो कह रहे हैं कि स्कूल की सुरक्षा होनी चाहिए, जिसके लिए 2018 में एक डिटेल सर के थ्रू लेटर्स गए होंगे सेंट्रल गवर्नमेंट से भी आए थे, डिटेल सेट ऑफ गाइडेंस, but it says just only one line. Government which talks about the safety and security of the children in schools. So now the first thing that I would do is see what is that government. What are those points? How to instill if that is not happening? Resources are there. But that kinds of vision, if you inbuilt within your training, so maybe you can see some of the very good responses later. So that is my request to you. Ensuring child safety, organic lifestyle, infrastructure audit. Many of you have done maybe facilitated whatever it in schools. That is my request. Only 1, 2, 3. Good. My God. Now this is the need of the time. We need to put it across. Next audit, environment audit. That is the PMSHRI is out. कुछ तो नया नहीं करना है, जो करना है दिखाने के लिए नहीं करना है. So that is my approach. Key something which even if you are not there, that is what is sustainable. Something which has to run in my presence would be difficult. So some system institutionalizing mechanism that you need to be building. Taking these points with you. You have all the points with you. Next, please. Next, please. Here we go. Our point is human resource. This talks about competence building in sustainability and environment studies. So, our teachers, our SMC and students need to be capacitated to understand these areas so that they build the resilience. So, they are better prepared to respond to those challenges. That is capacity building program, non-teaching role. As a teacher, I would be rather non-teaching role or only teaching role. Yeah.
Both are.
As well as non-teaching.
Good, very good. So children want us love, support, mental support. My teacher is there, will do things. So that kind of empathy, that kind of relationship with your student, if you are able to build, that is how this is emphasizing. The psychology, belongingness, security, safety, 25%. These are repeated, but because those were the point covered in the PMSHRI, I put it here before you. Maybe next we can go. Now we can skip past because we know how to approach the things, like clean and green even. See, we want to improve, we want to like promote gender sensitivity even in the waste facility, toilets, gender segregated, even it is for adolescent girls, we have sanitary facilities which are not just for sake of having it, they are functional, they are environment friendly. There was a question today, last question, the temperature, whether low scale temperature is recommended for the safe incineration. Most of the answer will get to know. You say maybe, we'll get to know. The right answer is, it is the biomedical waste because it has a blood and the government recommendation from the biomedical waste 2016 policy says it should be treated as a biomedical waste. That means if it has to be environmentally safe, it has to have a certain minimum 800 degrees centigrade. So really, otherwise at the low temperature, there would be risk. There may be a risk of carcinogenic cases. And simple one information can make things better for our children. So, we have to link all those things. What are the options available then? Just thinking about teachers, and if that comes, then our student will also think over it. What do we need to do? I think a shortcut to reach anywhere. Who want to take that measure and the pain go to the dustbin? That kind of you have to build. Maybe we go to the next. Mechanism scope is there. There are a few points. We talk about the monitoring system of school water sanitation hygiene facility. Is that there? Or SMC talks about it in their monthly meeting, or toilet sanitation facility are an exemplar, which clean, sparkling toilets, and if you go inside, that is many of the good schools from Chhattisgarh, from this Telangana and even Andhra Pradesh. Sorry, Andhra Pradesh has also got lot many national award in Swachh Vidyalaya. Scar, you might be knowing it. From last 3 months, state, we got this. We can talk about them going to the national level for winning this Swachh Vidyalaya. Madam, who is from? Yeah, which year you got this award?
22, sir.
22. It's our pleasure to be like
2020.
you are the master, who can take this to forward. You have gone to the national level for this such an exemplary work.
Selected for that school, sir. State level, and it was selected for national level.
So there were 61 parameters. You followed that parameter. You assessed yourself.
After that, I was transferred to the other place, sir, and now
he's there. So now the approach you have taken is you have an assessment, you understood, you got marks, you achieved. If she can achieve, why not all our schools should be that level which goes to the national level, maybe state level, right? That kind of thing we are looking into. You set the benchmark for the vision in research. Unless we have a benchmark, we won't reach there. क्या करना है ये तो पता होना चाहिए ना. And we reach to that, then focus, then reach to the national level or the international level, maybe even if any we don't reach, at least our children will love us and we love us, that we have done the right thing. So that kind of approach, if you instill in your system, will work and will sustain actually. That is working in many places, and that is only sustaining if it is a process intensive or if it is a program intensive. So process is more important to build the ownership, and that ownership will sustain the things in the PMSHRI schools. Otherwise, a word of caution for all of you. We have seen it in many other places, even in PMSHRI school we visited, we found there is absurd construction going on at few places. Sorry to say that. But you need to bring those elements which talk about what is the overall vision. If that vision or master plan is there, then only your so much of investment in PMSHRI goes to the right direction. That is what we want to request you. Be very judicious to utilize the resources to the overall vision of whatever जो भी इसमें quality पे लिखा है, we can achieve those things. Maybe next. Beneficiary satisfaction says that student engage in a regular safety, water, environment conservation, source sanitation audit. These should be clearly visible and they should be recorded. And only sound in SQUAD. What is that? Standard quality framework, something, right? Yeah, school quality framework assurance, right? You should have some kind of evidence to show the sir, if sir has come to your school, this is the process we adopted. If that has been there, means this how the condition the children should be knowing. There should be some record. There is discussion about the evidences, means of verification, what we have done. That is how you need to like structure all your programs, water sanitation hygiene or be sabhi mein, which is important. SMC's role, all stakeholders, parent, teachers, your half of the burden will be reduced if you engage them, because it is like 66% they are with their parents. If they understand, most of the these skills will be instilled from parents also, community also. Next, please. There are certain set of you know it, you can read it out in your. Now we coming to the next page. Go to the next one. So we have many policies. We'll just show this slide. If you have any question, we can skip then. Go to the next one. See, there are sets of things. NEP, Swachh Vidyalaya Puraskar, 3 rounds. Single use plastic elimination के लिए भी सर के थ्रू से लेटर गए हैं पहले बहुत सारे. There are many letters to him. Is that we should know what is single use plastic? That is the first definition we should come across, and even our children should know what is why this is like not like helping the environment. So that is how it is. Eco Club, school safety plan, Swachhta Pakhwada, Jal Pakhwada, Mission PMSHRI. Now you have to be the master of this if you really want to bring those elements, because this is what the structure is there within the education system. Already there are the programs in policies which are covering these elements. Maybe we go to the next one. SPT's last round had 59 parameters. They identified the areas of work focused and they got the award. We want to be exemplary, so we want to establish standards for even green and clean. My school should have certain standard policies for me and that I want to achieve, no matter what happens where. That kind of way. There are 75 individual life action. I ask one question to you, and you know it. Next task is to go at what are those, how children can be engaged, how no cost things can be done. Maybe next. This is a global mission led by India. Next. Now I'm going very fast because you know most of the things. This is a strategic approach. Go to the next. So whatever we discuss, we already been covering that in SBP, Swachh Vidyalaya Puraskar. We want to put a few things. So there will be main areas. And the aspect either will be covered in water, or sanitation, or hygiene, or waste management, or energy, or there are certain things which will be cross-cutting, that is operational maintenance, that is behavior change, and there are risk analysis you have to do now because climate change is coming. There are many areas which not having occurred. So there have to be a risk assessment. But how this flood, how this drought is affecting my facilities, operation. Believe me, facility will be working in many places, and there are situations which are coming up now because of the climate change impacting schools. Even overflow of water during the drought is creating a other challenge. Kerala had this experience later to a few years back. All the muds of they have to take tons of trucks out from the campus. Now these climate change is becoming worse and the challenges are coming to the school even. So how much we are prepared, that is what we are looking into. This is whole process. We go to the next one. See, we do a gaps analysis strategically in how many of us, such the action plan, how many of us know? Only few. Have you read it anywhere in the PMSHRI guideline? It asked about the school should have a Swachhta action plan. So only few hands are there. So now there is some Swachhta action plan for which we get 10% of the school grant. Minimum 10%. You can go beyond that. So that asks for a situation analysis. Based on that, the school make a plan. And based on plan, they prioritize the activities and this all PMSHRI ask about there are many resources we need to convince. And when I will convince, so that is why if my school want to know कि मेरे को क्या क्या activity करनी है, how I will convince panchayat. This is where I am lacking. So build those capacities. If you build those capacity to assess, they will bring a big change which will sustain, and that is what we want to look into. So it's a long-term approach. So considering these all factors, since last few years, we have been working across the states. There are many schools which has gone up to 1 star, 2 star. Madam, you could the 5 star. You got the 5 star now, SVP. So there were layer benchmarking. They reached it in a few years, and you want to reach in clean and green, 100% committed. What we say, the Swachh and green compliant school, green parameters compliant schools. That is what we are looking forward with a vision of that. We have an assessment checklist. You can click on this. You can show this. Go back. It's just to show. It is there. If you are interested, we are here to help you out. We have our colleague, Mr. Kasinath, here in the state office. I'm from the Delhi office, so I won't be there, but he's doing the state office anytime. So this you can see we have approach to assess the things, and we can facilitate this the way you have done in the SBP. We set the parameters, we club them, all the water in water, all the sanitation in sanitation, all the energy in energy. It will all be covered in a visionary approach, which will include all stakeholders. They will sustain the things. The usual kind of attempts. So let's have a set of questions. So we can't say each and everything. It has LED, it has rainwater harvesting, it has groundwater management. What is groundwater we can discuss. So there are many things. Behavior change, all those life is 75 individuals. So now we know the standards. We know like we approach which we can do easily. Believe me, most of the SPP have done it. That 70 to 80% things are doable at the Gram Panchayat level. We need not to be bothering the district and the block for most of the things. So maybe we go to the next. Now we are in the last phase, green and switch. Go to the next. There are few states which have done exceptionally well, not well, exceptionally well. Jharkhand last year started with just few eco clubs. Now across the states, there are 58,000 schools with the eco club with their own guidelines. Children are very active. They can participate. They can do many things. That is how you bring these things what PMSHRI is looking into. Next, please. See, there is this approach which Odisha has adopted and now adopting in every school. Recently, in 24th and 25th of April, we got the chance to meet principals of the Kendriya Vidyalaya and teachers from there. They are very passionate about bringing that vision, and they really liked it. They said, we will focus, we'll do it. We'll explore many more things which you are telling that way. So now we have to build our standards little high. That is what my request. They are also working in climate religion, Swachh, that is green and Swachh school assessment. They are doing it, started recently, but just for your knowledge, this is how the state are focusing. This is example from Odisha, maybe next. See, this is from Rajasthan. 2-3 years back, there was a scheme called a STAR. You know STAR? Any of you heard about the STAR? There was a specific World Bank supported scheme within Samagra Shiksha, and they have a vision that by certain day, year 2024, Rajasthan school will be school. Before that, they define what they mean by the green schools. So they focus on the management, detail out, strengthening teaching result in states that are just sponsored scheme like PMSHRI schemes. They have a specific areas. We can go to any in any area, but these are certain good approaches. You can have, I think you have much more working approaches in your field. Those can be utilized for our schools would be very good. Last. So what UNICEF can offer, because UNICEF is working at the national level and at the state level in country also since long back with the ministry. So at the national level, we have certain sets of things to be like supporting with the education department, including the climate change, literacy among the teachers, at least basic skills everyone should know. So that kind of things we are talking about, and NCRT with NCRT we are like working with that. But there are many other things where we can support on the right hand side. Green Swachh School, Swachh Action Plan, Eco Club, convergence, need-based documentation, technical support, nodal officers, trainings, all those things. Our friend Kasinath is here is one counterpart. So it's a good opportunity for all of us, me and Kasinath to be before you. Fortunately, we have an office in Hyderabad that covers 3 states.
Hyderabad office to 3 states covered చేస్తుంది. Telangana, Andhra and Karnataka. So exclusive ga మన వాషింగ్ ఇన్స్టిట్యూషన్స్ అంటే బేసికలీ వీఆర్ ఫోకసింగ్ 3. ఒకటి వాషింగ్ స్కూల్స్, వాషింగ్ అంగన్వాడీస్ అండ్ వాషింగ్ హెల్త్ కేర్ ఫెసిలిటీస్. వీటి మూడింటి కోసమే ఎక్స్క్లూజివ్ గా ఒక పర్సన్ డెడికేటెడ్ గా ఈ 3 డిపార్ట్మెంట్స్ వర్కౌట్ చేసుకోవడానికి స్కూల్ ఎడ్యుకేషన్, హెల్త్ అండ్ ఫ్యామిలీ వెల్ఫేర్ అండ్ డిడబ్ల్యూసిడి ఈ 3 డిపార్ట్మెంట్లను కోఆర్డినేట్ చేసుకుంటూ అండ్ కెపాసిటీ బిల్డింగ్, ప్లానింగ్ సపోర్టు, యాన్యువల్ ప్లానింగ్ సపోర్టు అండ్ లేదా నెక్స్ట్ ఈవెన్ అదర్ డాక్యుమెంటేషన్, బెస్ట్ ప్రాక్టీసెస్ ఇట్లాంటి వీటి కోసమని డెడికేటెడ్ గా వీ హ్యావ్ ఎన్ ఆఫీస్. ఇక్కడ మీకు తెలిసే ఉంటుంది యూనిసెఫ్ గురించి. అండ్ నేను లాస్ట్ ఇయర్ నుండి ఐ బీన్ కోఆర్డినేటింగ్ ఇట్. సో ఈ ఇయర్ నుండి కంటిన్యూ అవుతూ ఇంకా 3 స్టేట్స్ తక్కినవి కూడా చూస్తుంటారు. సో ఐ విల్ బి డెఫినెట్లీ డిపార్ట్మెంట్ ఆల్రెడీ వీఆర్ ఇన్ టచ్ విత్ దెమ్. So భవిష్యత్తులో we'll work it out. So we have also UNICEF has an agenda of working with PMSHRI schools.
Yeah.
So
we have time, not really.
Yeah.
I was just thinking we are running out of time.
Yeah.
It's not.
So PMSHRI schools కూడా one of the core agenda point UNICEF కు not only ఈ మన శానిటేషన్, వాష్ ఇవి కాకుండా విత్ ఇన్ ది ఇన్స్టిట్యూషన్స్ లో schools in general and PMSHRI school in particular, because this is something which has come as a rational kind of development and wide scale లో 14,000 schools లో and especially మన 2 states లో almost 800 schools అనేటప్పటికీ so any small dent in the program would definitely మనకు క్యాచీగా ఉంటుంది and we can be like examples for other states. So anything we are ready from our side. State office lo kuda we have been in touch. So please reach out through your office. So we are there to support you. Thank you. So there are a few more slides. We will also display with you the response we got from the self-assessment initial questions we had now. Just for our self-assessment, we will just scroll through and you can make it out. I can so brief on the right answer for each and thing. So just to be aware on that part. So these are set of things which remains with you. This is what we learned out of this session. So just to repeat you, no need to stress more, right? So first thing is children are among the most vulnerable section which are affected by the climate change that we jointly realized. That is the number one. The second point we covered is, this is written in your PPT, sir, no need to and you will get it everything from the state. So PMSHRI 6 pillar has a strong recognition and focus on the clean and green. We are summarizing it, but we discussed. The third point, there are certain aspects which are very important to think in one go. Risk assessment, what kind of risk I am having? If I am in a drought situation, my approach would be different. If I am in a flood, I would have a different approach to look at the things. That's the simple approach. So now the risk assessment part comes into the picture because of the PMSHRI, but across the sector. So water, sanitation, hygiene, waste management, energy, and environment. These are the areas. Even if you cover all the points in whatever we covered all domains, they are coming to this thing. Whatever the exercise and everything, we'll find nothing like this area. So how we strategically focus, we can think about there is something called Swachhata Action Plan that is already there. We don't have it in a school sometimes that critical. So can we build on that? We are always there ready to support you through our it's Hyderabad office. The other thing is we need to leverage the resources. We have resources in PMSHRI, but there are many resources available locally in the district, block, and panchayat. There are enough resources we don't really approach. We don't really assess what kind of thing we can get it. So that will further help. We do that, but we can do that more strategically in PMSHRI schools. Best practices can be like at the state level, we can also support to bring those international experience or maybe other state experience so that we can at least contextualize the context how to build in that sustainability aspect. Believe me, working on infrastructure won't serve the purpose mostly. Our experience was if you work on the process, you are sustaining a system. So that is where the success lies. The working on the kind of institutional mechanism and the people really going to make that work. Unless they are resilient, they can become part of the solution. Solution in the time using that. We do not want that to happen. We want it should sustain itself. That should be thought on the very first day, not on the last day. We should do this, we should do this, we do. That's why we are doing this thing at the very first day. So we are closing with this and we will just reflect to the response we got those kind of questions. Thank you. Okay. I can take up this. So excited about this. Where we are? We got bored because I have limited time and we have some details, so we could have shown that maybe next time. So totally we are thankful to you that how many response? Tell them. Yeah, koi hai. Sir, can you fix it? So we got 83 response. 83, 93, what? 85. 85. So 95 to 85. Can you link
respond
it?
there,
It's not reflecting there. So we'll tell you the thing, right? Okay. Let it be. Let it be. See, we had the first question. Which of the sustainable development goal relates to climate action? So what is the right answer? 13. I want to tell how many response we got.
Yes. Only 18% have got them correct.
We got 18% correct answers, right? So maybe you need to bring that self-awareness among your trainings in the coming round. How to build those understanding in our children's, because they should know it. So if you want to see, the correct answer is, sorry, yeah, this is 32%. Sorry. Got it? Clear? Any doubt? No. Next, go to the next. It's just for self-awareness only. So what is true about the climate change? It is about the long-term change. And what is the right response? Percentage, I will tell you. It is 57 out of whatever, like, so a certain like about 70%. So I think let's clap for ourselves. At least we have a chance. And we need it to be 100%. What is climate change? We should know now. The next level of training should at least know that things. So the next question is, what is not true? See the question. It's not what is true.
Is what
That is why the last session also never had questions. But see, you're asking in the questions and what we are responding. So the right answer is, and to India. This mission life is a global mission. Mission life is a global mission led by India. So we got about 22% right answered. We want it 100%. We want it 100%. And we need to make it 100% for our children. It is our approach. What are these missions all about? So the next question, you want to take this? Or
what percentage of Earth's fresh water is readily available for human use?
So yeah, that is 1% actually right answer. 42%.
42% have got right.
See, we have 3%. We are there, but the fresh water readily available. Rest is underground. So that is just 1%.
1%. Then which of the following is not a feature of green schools in PMSHRI? Which one?
They are non-renewable energy, yeah. So most of those, right, that is 52%.
Non-renewable energy. Yeah. It is 62% got it right.
So we can clap at least.
Then what does the term WAT stands for?
Right.
Last one. Water sanitation hygiene.
How many, right?
39%.
So we want 100% it. Next one.
So what according to you would be the ideal time recommended for safe hand washing with soap by WHO? Any seconds another?
20 seconds.
40 to 60 seconds is the correct answer.
And
25% of them got right.
40 to 60, 26%.
Yeah, 25%. Yeah.
So we get to know that 40 to 60 seconds. It is what WHO recommends.
Yeah, not 20 seconds. Usually చాలా మంది అదే అంటారు కనీసం ఒక 20 సెకండ్లని, but it is 40 to 60. And then which among the following is the best water conservation practices?
And we can clap. This is the response we got it.
Water
40% right.
Water efficient fixtures and taps. What among the following is the most desired feature of climate resilient sanitation systems in schools?
This can withstand because it's a desire.
Yeah, withstand extreme weather.
So
This is about 20%.
See, disaster resilient infrastructure means it should withstand the disaster. And that is where we need to think where we are going in terms of our infrastructures.
Yeah, any material.
Yeah.
Which waste management strategy among the following should be
the PMSHRI schools prioritize for waste management. Segregation of waste. So ఇది కూడా మనకు 26% of us got it right.
Segregation is the first and the foremost.
Yeah.
Can do.
Then Sujaram campaign initiative by Ministry of Jal Shakti, Government of India refers to which of the following areas in different settings? Safe disposal of grey water. This is about only 13% of us got it right.
Schemes are supporting this.
Then which of the following option can PMSHRI schools ensure energy efficiency? LED bulbs. Oh, LED bulbs. Sorry. Use of LED bulbs. This is about 48% of us know. 56% of us got it right.
So 100% actually.
Yeah. Which of the following among could be a better sanitation solution for schools in flood-prone areas? Elevated toilet. This is 54% of us got it right. According to you, whether low temperature manual incineration for disposal use sanitary pads is an environmental safe option.
No is the right answer. No is the right answer.
No is the right answer. Only 29% got it right. Yeah.
So this is only for the self-awareness. Maybe next round you go with not many things with your next level of learnings, right? So together with Mr. Kasinath, we thankful from UNICEF side to like state sir, JD sir and state SPD sir, Telangana and also Andhra Pradesh. It's a great opportunity for us to be here with you. We look forward then. Thank you so much. Yeah, it is done from our side then.
Yeah, thank you, Ram sir and Kashinath sir. Big round of applause to them for patience. 2 sessions after the lunch. It's not an easy job because as a biology teacher, I know lunch తర్వాత మనం నిద్రపోతూ ఉంటాం. కానీ more informative, more this one. So many programs are there on the స్వచ్ఛ విద్యాలయం అనుకుంది. స్వచ్ఛ పక్వాడ సెప్టెంబర్ 1 నుంచి 15 వరకు మనం చేస్తాము. అలాగే ఇంకా చాలా వాష్ ప్రోగ్రామ్ అన్ని ప్రోగ్రామ్ మనం చేస్తుంటాం. కాబట్టి ఇక్కడ మిత్రులారా గుర్తుంచుకోవాల్సింది ఏంటంటే మీరు పార్టిసిపెంట్స్ కాదు. మీరు ఈ రోజు చెప్పిన దాన్ని మళ్ళీ మీరు మీ జిల్లాలో రీప్రొడ్యూస్ చేయాలి రిసోర్స్ పర్సన్స్. కాబట్టి మీరు ఇప్పుడు ఇచ్చినటువంటిది చూపించారు మీకు రిజల్ట్ కూడా, మీరు ఇచ్చిన మార్నింగ్ ఇచ్చినటువంటిది ఆ రిజల్ట్ ని మళ్ళీ రెసిప్రికేట్ చేయాలి మీరు. కాబట్టి దీనికి కొంత టెక్నికాలిటీస్ మీకు కావాలి. మీరు ఇదే సేమ్ కైండ్ ఆఫ్ వాళ్ళకి ఇచ్చేసి క్వశ్చన్ పేపర్ ఇచ్చేసి వాళ్ళ రెస్పాన్సెస్ తీసుకొని మనం ఎట్లా ప్రీ టెస్ట్ లెక్క, ఇది ఆయన సార్ పెట్టిన రామ్ గారు పెట్టిందంటే ఇది ప్రీ టెస్ట్ ఫర్ యూ. హౌ మచ్ యూ నో అబౌట్ ది వాష్ అండ్ అదర్ డీటెయిల్స్ ఆఫ్ దీస్ థింగ్స్. తర్వాత మన పిఎంసీ స్కూల్స్ లో ఎంత ఉన్నదని తెలుసుకోవడం కోసం మనకి ఇచ్చారు. రిజల్ట్ కూడా మనకి ఇచ్చేసారు. అంటే మనం ఎక్కడ ఉన్నాము అనేది స్పెసిఫిక్ గా చెప్పకుండా మనం ఓవరాల్ గా మన గ్యాదరింగ్ లో మనకు ఉన్నటువంటి వాళ్ళ రిసోర్స్ పర్సన్స్ లో ఇక ఎక్కడ మనం ఉన్నాం అనేది మనకి ఇన్ఫర్మేషన్ ఇచ్చుకుంటూ పోయారు. అండ్ డీటెయిల్స్ ఆఫ్ దట్ వన్ మనకి ఇక్కడ యూత్ క్లబ్స్ ఉన్నాయి, ఈకో క్లబ్స్ ఉన్నాయి ఆల్రెడీ. అంటే మేము దానికి సంబంధించి ఇంతకుముందు దానికి కోఆర్డినేటర్ గా నేను ఉన్నాను. యూత్ అండ్ ఈకో క్లబ్స్ గురించి, వాష్ ప్రోగ్రామ్ గురించి, కిచెన్ గార్డెన్స్ గురించి, వీటి గురించి మోర్ డీటెయిల్స్ మనం చెప్పుకోవాలి. ఎందుకంటే సెషన్ మనం ఫస్ట్ డే అంతా కూడా మార్నింగ్ 2 సెక్షన్స్, ఈ సెషన్ తోనే మార్నింగ్ ప్రోగ్రామ్ అంతా చేయాల్సి ఉంటుంది. కాబట్టి మా సంపత్ సారు, తర్వాత ఇక్కడ ఉన్న ప్రసాద్ గారు ఎవరైతే ఉన్నారో ఆ స్టేట్స్ లో కోఆర్డినేట్ చేస్తున్నారు, వారు మీకు ప్రొవైడ్ చేస్తారు. పీపీటీతో పాటుగా దీంతో ఉన్నటువంటి ఇన్ఫర్మేషన్ అంతా కూడా చేస్తారు. బట్ యూ షుడ్ బి మోర్ రిసోర్స్ఫుల్. ఎందుకంటే మీరు ఇద్దరే ఉంటారండి ఇక్కడ. ఒక్కొక్కరు ఎక్స్పర్టైజ్ ఉన్నారు. ఎక్స్పర్టైజ్ ఉన్న వాళ్ళు చాలా చెప్తూ ఉంటారు. వాళ్ళలో మనం అంత టైం ఇది మనం వాళ్ళతో ఎంగేజ్ చేయాలి అంటే మనము ఇంకా వీళ్ళు ఇచ్చిన ఇన్ఫర్మేషన్ కాకుండా ఇంకా అదనపు ఇన్ఫర్మేషన్ దీనికి సంబంధించి మనము ఇంకా రిసోర్స్ఫుల్ గా ఉండాల్సిన అవసరం ఎంతైనా ఉందని మీరు గ్రహించాలి. కాబట్టి మళ్ళీ చెప్తున్నాను, మీరు పార్టిసిపెంట్స్ కాదు. వీళ్ళు ఇక్కడ 3 రోజులు ఏం చెప్పకపోయినా మీరు చెప్పాలి, మళ్ళీ గుర్తుపెట్టుకోవాలి. ఓకే, కాబట్టి కాస్త మనము ఈ 2 రోజులు ఇది అన్ని దగ్గర పెట్టుకోవాలి, బుర్ర దగ్గర పెట్టుకోవాలి, మనసు దగ్గర పెట్టుకోవాలి. 14 మంది ఒకరేనా? ఇద్దరు కదా? ఓ ఇద్దరు అనుకుంటున్నాను. 1:15 కాబట్టి మీరే చెప్పాల్సి ఉంటుంది. కాబట్టి దయచేసి మీరు ఏది మిస్ అయినా సరే మీకు అక్కడ మిస్ అవుతుంది. ఇందాక ఒక ఐస్ బ్రేకింగ్ యాక్టివిటీ చేద్దాం అనుకున్నాం, చైనా స్విస్పర్ అని. మీరు చాలా ట్రైనింగ్స్ లో చేసే ఉంటారు. అక్కడ ఎక్కడైతే చెప్తారు చెవిలో చెప్తాము, అక్కడి నుంచి ఇక్కడికి వచ్చేసరికి దాన్ని మొత్తం కూడా రూపురేఖలు మారిపోద్ది. అంటే హౌ ట్రాన్సాక్షన్ లాస్ ఎలా మనకు సంభవిస్తుందో మనకు తెలుస్తుంది. కాబట్టి ఇక్కడ మీరు ఎట్లా పర్సీవ్ చేసుకున్న దాన్ని బట్టి అక్కడ మనం అక్కడ రీప్రొడ్యూస్ చేయగలుగుతాం. అండ్ థ్యాంక్ యూ రామ్ సార్ అండ్ థ్యాంక్ యూ కాశీనాథ్ సార్, స్పేరింగ్ యువర్ వాల్యుబుల్ టైమ్ అండ్ వెరీ స్పేరింగ్ లాట్ ఆఫ్ ఇన్ఫర్మేషన్ టు అవర్ పార్టిసిపెంట్స్. అండ్ చాలా సంతోషం, మార్నింగ్ చెప్తున్నాము మనం విడిపోయాం, మళ్ళీ ఒక చోట కలుసుకున్నాం అన్నదమ్ములను, ఒకే చోటకు వచ్చాము. ఐఎమ్ వెరీ హ్యాపీ ఫర్ దట్ వన్. ఎందుకంటే ఇందాక మాకు పొద్దు మస్తానా గారు చెప్పినట్టుగాను, మా సార్లు చెప్పినట్టుగాను ఇక్కడ వాళ్ళు అక్కడక్కడ వాళ్ళు ఇక్కడ ఉన్నారు. కాబట్టి ఇట్స్ వెరీ ప్లెజర్ టైం. అండ్ నా రిక్వెస్ట్ అవర్ స్పీకర్స్ మనం ఫెలిసిటేట్ చేసుకుందాం. ముందుగా కాశీనాథ్ గారికి ఫెలిసిటేట్ చేయవలసిందిగా మా కోర్స్ డైరెక్టర్ రాజీవ్ గారిని, అదేవిధంగా ప్రసాద్ గారిని, అదేవిధంగా సంపత్ గారిని వేదిక మీద ఆహ్వానిస్తున్నాను. ముందుగా రామ్ గారికి మెమోంటో అండ్ స్టాల్ గట్టిగా చెప్పట్లేదు, మనం అర్థంలో వచ్చండి. కంగ్రాచులేషన్స్ సార్. అండ్ మన 3 స్టేట్స్ గా కోఆర్డినేటర్ అయినటువంటి కాశీనాథ్ గారు, ఆంధ్రప్రదేశ్, తెలంగాణ మరియు కర్ణాటక 3 స్టేట్ల వాచ్ ప్రోగ్రామ్ కోఆర్డినేటర్ గారు కాశీనాథ్ గారికి సన్మానం చేయాల్సిందని కోరుతున్నాం. వారి కోర్స్ డైరెక్టర్, అలాగే సిమెట్ లెక్చరర్ ప్రసాద్ గారు అండ్ ప్లానింగ్ కోఆర్డినేటర్ గారిని సరిగ్గా రండి మధ్యలో పర్లా. Thank you very much. And sir, over to planning coordinator garu. Thank you Tadibab sir. భయపడకండి, మనం ఒక్కరే వెళ్ళి అన్ని చెప్పాలని మీరు చెప్పగలరు, మీకు ఆ కేపబుల్ ఉంది. థ్యాంక్ యూ వెరీ మచ్. నెక్స్ట్ మనకి ఫస్ట్ గ్రూప్ లో ఆల్రెడీ మీకు సాఫ్ట్ కాపీ కూడా పోస్ట్ చేసాము. అందులో చూడండి, సాఫ్ట్ కాపీ పోస్ట్ చేసాము, వివరాలు కూడా ఇచ్చాము మీకు. మనకి ఫస్ట్ గ్రూప్ లో టుడే ఈవినింగ్ 5 to 6 స్కేల్స్ ఆన్ వీల్స్. ఓకే, నెక్స్ట్ టుమారో మార్నింగ్ 9 to 10 ఎవరైతే సెకండ్ గ్రూప్ లో ఉన్నారో వాళ్ళు కొద్దిగా బ్రేక్ఫాస్ట్ ముందు చేయాలండి, లేకపోతే ఇబ్బంది అవుతుంది. 9 to 10 మీకు స్కిల్స్ ఆన్ వీల్స్ ఉంటుంది సెకండ్ గ్రూప్. అట్లాగే థర్డ్ గ్రూప్ రేపు ఈవినింగ్ 5 to 6. ఎందుకంటే థర్డ్ డే మనం ఎర్లీగా పోవాలనుకుంటాం కాబట్టి మనకు కుదరదు, మార్నింగ్ కూడా కొద్దిగా లేదని ఈ రోజు రేపు ఒక 3 గ్రూప్స్ చేసాం. 4 గ్రూప్స్ అయితే ఇబ్బంది అవుతుందని 3 గ్రూప్స్ చేసాము. 30, 30, 35 మొత్తం టోటల్ 95 మెంబర్స్. కాబట్టి ఈవినింగ్ 5 to 6 ఫస్ట్ గ్రూప్ వాళ్ళు స్కిల్స్ ఆన్ వీల్స్ కింద బిల్డింగ్ ముందు వ్యాన్ ఉందండి, అక్కడ వొకేషనల్ ఎడ్యుకేషన్ సంబంధించిన లీడ్ ఇన్ ఇండియా మొత్తం లీడ్ హ్యాండ్ ఇండియా మొత్తం కార్పొరేషన్ వాళ్ళ ఆర్గనైజేషన్ వాళ్ళు అక్కడ ఉన్నారు. మనకి క్లియర్ అంతా ఇన్ఫర్మేషన్ ఇస్తారు. టోటల్ దట్ ఈస్ రిలేటెడ్ విత్ టోటల్ వొకేషనల్ ఎడ్యుకేషన్. కాబట్టి అది చాలా బాగుంటుంది, అది చూడండి. 1 hour ఉంటుంది సెషన్. అట్లాగే రేపు సెకండ్ గ్రూప్ వాళ్ళు 9 to 10 వాళ్ళు 9 before బ్రేక్ఫాస్ట్ కంప్లీట్ చేసుకుంటే మీరు 9 to 10 అక్కడ ఉండొచ్చు. మనకు సెషన్ 10 o'clock స్టార్ట్ అవుతుందండి. రేపు 10:30కి మనకు విపిన్ కుమార్ జాయింట్ సెక్రటరీ గారు, వాళ్ళు అడిషనల్ సెక్రటరీ గారు మనకు మాట్లాడతారు లైవ్ లో 10 o'clock. కాబట్టి జూమ్ అది రెడీగా ఉండండి. 9 to 10 కాగా నీకు వచ్చేస్తే మనం అదే మనము మెసేజ్ మనం వినొచ్చు పిఎంసి రూల్స్ గురించి. ఓకే, అలాగే థర్డ్ గ్రూప్ థర్డ్ రేపు ఈవినింగ్ 5 to 6 అండి. థ్యాంక్ యూ వెరీ మచ్. అలాగే మీకు ఏ ప్రాబ్లం ఉన్నా మీల్స్ విషయం కానీ బ్రేక్ఫాస్ట్, లంచ్, డిన్నర్లు ఎటువంటి ఇబ్బందులు ఉన్నా మాకు ఇన్ఫర్మేషన్ మాకు చెప్పొచ్చు, మాతో షేర్ చేసుకోవచ్చు. ఓకే, ఎటువంటి ప్రాబ్లం మేము కేర్ తీసుకుంటాం. ఓకే, అలాగే కొద్దిగా సబ్జెక్ట్ అప్పుడు క్లాసెస్ అప్పుడు మీరు చాలా జాగ్రత్తగా వినాలి. ఎందుకంటే మీరు ఒక్కరే అక్కడికి వెళ్ళి ఇవన్నీ చెప్పాల్సి వస్తుంది. చూడండి, ఇక్కడ ఎన్సిఆర్టీ, నీపా, ముక్కమార్, తర్వాత యూనిసెఫ్, డిఫరెంట్ ఆర్గనైజేషన్ నుంచి చాలా మంది వచ్చి మనకు చెప్తున్నారు. కానీ ఇవన్నీ కూడా మీరు ఒక్కరికి డీల్ చేయాల్సి వస్తుంది. అంటే చాలా పవర్ఫుల్ గా, చాలా కాన్స్టెంట్ గా
చాలా డెడికేటెడ్ గా మీరు ఉండాల్సి వస్తుంది. మీరు ఉండగలరు, అందుకే ఇంత దూరం మీరు వచ్చారు, మాకు నమ్మకం ఉంది. థ్యాంక్ యూ వెరీ మచ్.
సార్ ఈ పీపీటీస్ కానీ
ఖచ్చితంగా మీకు ఆల్రెడీ హార్డ్ కాపీ మీకు ఇచ్చాము, సాఫ్ట్ కాపీ కూడా మీకు అన్ని 2 గ్రూపులలో పోస్ట్ చేస్తానండి. ఓకే, థ్యాంక్ యూ.
ఓకే, డే 2 హార్డ్ కాపీస్ కూడా టుమారో, డే 2 డే 3 హార్డ్ కాపీస్ కూడా రేపు మీకు ఇవ్వడం జరుగుతుంది. అదే విధంగా డే 1 డే 2 డే 3 కూడా మీకు సాఫ్ట్ కాపీ పోస్ట్ చేయడం జరుగుతుంది. ఇవన్నీ కూడా మీరు జిల్లాలో ట్రైనింగ్ ఇచ్చినప్పుడు మరి ఈ సాఫ్ట్ కాపీ వాళ్ళకు కూడా మీరు మీ జిల్లాలో 6 టీచర్స్ కి మీరు పోస్ట్ చేయండి, మీ పిఎంసి స్కూల్స్ వాళ్ళకి. అండ్ ఐ రిక్వెస్ట్ ఆల్ ఆఫ్ యూ టు రీడ్ ద మాడ్యూల్ వెల్ in order to give orientation for your back in your district. Thank you.
Okay, please you stand for the national anthem, please. Southern wisdom, Southern national anthem begin.
हे भारत भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंधु
థ్యాంక్ యూ. తెలంగాణకు సంబంధించి రిసోర్స్ పర్సన్ గ్రూప్ లో ఇంకెవరైనా యాడ్ కాకపోతే నాకు మెసేజ్ పెట్టండి సార్, నేను యాడ్ చేస్తాను. ఓకే.
ఏరే కదా ఏం కాదు.